Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call this meeting to order. Today is a regular meeting of the Commissioners Court of Hood County, Texas. Today is Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. It's 9 a.m. and we are in the central jury room of the Ralph H. Walton Jr. Justice Center at 1200 West Pearl Street in Granbury, Texas. Today we have with us our very dear friend that's been here many times before, Pastor Michael Edwards of Long Creek Baptist Church, to give us the invocation.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we seek your guidance this morning. We thank you for the opportunity to come together today to see into the needs of those who have called us to serve. We not only thank you for this opportunity, but we also thank you for the liberty to come together in freedom. Father, we humbly pray that all we do here will be pleasing to you, and that our actions, both here and as we walk each day, will bring you glory. Father, we thank you for your unfathomable and never-ending love, and we do this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now the pledge to the great state of Texas.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, today we have no special presentations, but we do have some service awards, and I want to remind everybody, if you want to speak at open mic, or if you want to address any agenda items, you must fill out a presentation form and hand it to the bailiff up there, which today is our Chief Deputy, Mr. Smith, back there, Steve Smith, and he will give it to the county clerk. Okay, so the first service award is Maria Bustamante. Ms. Bustamante, are you here?
Yeah, we're here.
Hello, Mr. Mills. Good morning.
Timing.
Walked in right there.
Yeah. Hi, Maria. How are you doing?
How are you?
Good to see you.
So when we hired Maria, we had just lost a Spanish-speaking clerk, and we brought her in part-time, and the expectations I had at the time were kind of low, just speak Spanish and fog a mirror, and she could do those things. But she's exceeded our expectations, and I wouldn't trade her for anybody. So
Well, thanks, Matt.
there you go.
Great.
Give her her.
Oh, there you go.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Maria. All right, next is Cody Stone. 5 years.
Cody's not here today, he had to work last night.
Okay. Next is Timothy Welty. Oh, look here. I'm sorry, Timothy, we got to get Chief
That's okay.
Steve Smith here. You know the sheriff is at a conference.
We hired Tim 5 years ago, little shaved, baby-faced guy, and I was like, is this kid even old enough to work for us? But he's turned out to be an outstanding deputy. He's been promoted to corporal. He runs one of our night shifts, and we appreciate your service.
Great. Oh, no, who's going to give this award out? Are you going to give this next award out? I don't know. This is somebody we barely know. Jeff Young, 15 years. Well, as usual, every time you put out a burn notice, we get some good rain, so you need to...
You are welcome.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Surprised y'all put up with it.
Thanks, sir.
Good. This guy does a good job, ladies and gentlemen. He does. Okay, the next agenda item is citizens' comments at large. Ms. Leftwich, we only have one?
One so far.
One so far. David Ferris, approach, sir.
Good morning. I think everybody knows me up here. I've got several items, so one thing I want to do is ask a quick question, and hopefully you can pause the clock. For Drew, Annette had asked me to check out the website. I found about 15 bugs. I think you may have fixed them. I just wanted to find out if you had any questions, problems, or if they were fixed, and I'll go back and verify them. And if you could pause it, because I've got several things to talk about.
So Nanette did forward myself and Owen the bugs that you did find, and we did make those corrections.
Okay.
So if you find any more, just let us know.
Oh, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll take, I don't know that I'll find any more of those type. I was looking only for the obvious link errors, but as far as if there was a data, for that department was incorrect, I can't check that, so I couldn't check those kind of things. But
what you did send is correct.
okay, I'll go back and verify, which is always a good step.
Yes.
Okay, very good, thanks.
Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to talk a little bit about the last meeting on a couple of items, okay? Specifically about Dave Eagle. This was your request on timekeeping. Where do I start? You're trying to get the answers for a problem, in my opinion. Obviously, I've got 40 years of experience, management, IT, et cetera. But you're not quite asking, in my opinion, the right question. Because I don't think you really care whether an IT person spent 40 minutes rebooting somebody's laptop or an hour. The issues that I think you should be concerned with, and I think you probably are is something like when Tyler goes berserk, how much time was really wrapped up in that? You don't care about the day-to-day, you care about the big things. I do not have time to go over it, but I've spoken about it again. The fault with Tyler is entirely lack of MIS management of information systems, not IT. It's not an IT function. That's why there was $250,000, and it was because of lack of management, problems in the contract, which would have been fixed if you'd had MIS management. There's another item coming up, which I'll talk about later, that another issue with Tyler. In fact, Judge, when I was in your office, I said, Tyler is a train wreck. That was the first time I knew about it, and I talked with you a week or so after. And I said, I'm sure there's going to be another train wreck. Well, there's another train wreck, and I'm not certain there's not going to be another one. On this topic, I will offer, if you want to set up a closed meeting, I'll give you guys an intro and an overview of what IT management is, what it means, and it's important. Invite Drew. But I'll give you an hour or two. I'll give you a couple hours, and I'll tell you what it is. And remember, I used to teach this in the MIS department at the University of Dallas. I was an adjunct professor, so I do know what I'm talking about. All right? That's the issue there. I know you looked at DataPine, but as a quick suggestion on that topic, I'd start with Jira. It's by far the biggest name, and it's like $7.95 per user. You might need 10 or 15 users per month. It's not a big cost. And I installed it myself for our company of 50,000 people. That was one of my tasks. So it's not hard to, it's something to look at. I know, and Annette, when we were talking, when I first started looking at the website, maybe I can get it in, I had mentioned to you in one of my replies that I really like the new website because I noticed that the agendas and videos and that kind of stuff all look like they we're using the Windows Explorer, which should make it a whole lot easier to upload them. I know that's, we had kind of talked that that was kind of a concern on the speed of that. But there are some topics there that I think could make that much more efficient for uploading those in a timely manner. You do have the website now, which I think addresses it, but I think you probably would need to look at something like a Zoom meeting or something like that, because those tend to, or even Teams maybe, those tend to be able to track who's talking and flip the screen. And the problem seems to be that you've got one or two images and you're trying to piece them together, and I think that software would do it, or Jabra or one of the other meeting site or meeting facilitator packages will do the integration, because to do that manually takes a long time. So I just wanted to talk about those issues and suggest, and again, I'll make time. Give me a little time to prepare, and I'll give you an overview of what you're missing, because that's what you really need here. You want to stop the big problems. You don't care what happens every day.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ferris. Ms. Leftwich, is there anybody else on the open mic? No other open mic speakers? Okay. If not, we'll go to the first item on the miscellaneous of business to be conducted. Item number 1. Discuss and consider authorizing the county judge to collaborate with the City of Granbury and Granbury Beautification Council to advertise a request for proposal for the decorative Christmas lights to be installed on the historical courthouse to the corners of the historic square. The successful bid will be presented to the Commissioners Court and the Granbury City Council prior to the award of such bid, with an interlocal agreement to share the remaining cost, if necessary, after the grant of funding for the lights from the Granbury Beautification Council. I know you want to speak on that? We got Chris Kaufman here speaking. Are you speaking today as the city manager? Or
Yes.
Okay.
My official capacity is city manager. We have talked about this in the past, and I'm happy to take instruction from the court and move forward and advertise for bids and bring back some, work with the judge and bring back the estimates that we get, work with Beautification Council, see what they're willing to fund. They have expressed an interest, and they've been successful in the past doing things. The lights on the trees last year were funded by the Beautification Council, and they really missed those other lights, and I said, why don't you raise the money and we'll see what we can do. But I know that y'all have expressed an interest in continuing that program to be done safely, and so here we are, Judge and I asking court to kind of bless it before we go through the exercise of doing it. And I know we're not awarding a bid, but we're looking into it. That's all we're doing. It's just a hunt and seek and see who's out there that's available to do the work. I've talked to a couple of people that may be interested in bidding it that do Christmas lights around the state for cities and courts. So,
You know, for edification, these are the big long lights that go from the courthouse to the corners up there. We had a bunch of people. We didn't do it last year.
Right.
And everybody called us up and were blaming me and the city and everybody else.
they blame me. It was not a safe practice. I had to stop my people.
Right, because we didn't have it, so we're talking about getting a crane or something to
Right.
do it.
The fire truck, bucket truck, the fire ladder truck's not even tall enough to get up there, so.
That's what I mean. So we don't want anybody injured, but it would be nice to do it, and the Beautification Council is willing to do something, so I move that we go forward in allowing the city to get some bids. Let's see what it is, let's see what it would cost, and let's see how Hood County can partner with the city of Granbury in getting those lights. I see that as long as I got Faye there shaking her head yes, then I know I'm on good solid grounds, right, Richard? So that's my motion. Do I hear a second? Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
We'll get her done. Thank you.
We'll get her done. Thank you very much, Chris Kaufman. Item number 2, discuss and take appropriate action to allow the county judge to sign the Acton Nature Center concession agreement extension. All other provisions in the original agreement dated July the 23rd, 2007 to remain in effect. Mr. Wilson.
Okay, this is an extension to the current agreement we have with Hood County Development District Number 1, and the paperwork from the federal government has been received. It's in the process of being taken care of, and in fact, the draft has already been submitted by the Hood County Development District Number 1 to that, and once that is finalized and approved, then the Hood County Development District 1 will take full ownership of that property. The property was, in 2007, was given to the county, and then we had an agreement with the development district to maintain it, and as soon as the paperwork is finalized, then we will, we the county will, deed that over to the development district, and they'll have full responsibility. This is just a short-term, temporary, to go forward at this point. And with that, I will make a motion to allow the county judge to sign the Acton Nature Center concession agreement extension. All other provisions of the original agreement dated July 23rd, 2007 remain in effect.
Do I hear a second?
Extension says 10 years, right?
Well, it's 10 years, but it will not be that because the paperwork is in the process, with the federal government.
The National Park Service, we've been working with Roger Williams' office to get those documents and get our connection with the National Park Service, but the federal government, as you might understand, doesn't work maybe as quickly as we might like. So I think this is a really good outcome, that transferring this property over to the Hood County Development District 1, and as if you were here a couple of weeks or quarters ago, my concern was with the liability, and as we have researched this, and thank you, Melissa, for working with ATTAC, there is liability, because it's a government entity, there is liability immunity up to a certain amount. So the amount that's in the contract is actually more than what the immunity level is. So that took care of that issue as well. So I think this is a good outcome. And yes, that this is really 10 years or until we transfer it, whichever comes first.
Is that a second?
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to allow the county judge to sign the Acton Nature Center concession agreement extension. Second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Next item, discuss and take appropriate action to allow the Hood County Library to be closed on Monday, August the 12th, 2024, to allow the staff time to collaborate, prepare, and plan library programs for September 2024 through January 2025. Ms. Jennifer Loxton, our wonderful librarian.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We just need a day. It's hard as we have been beginning to plan more and more programs for us to collaborate while we're open, because we get halfway or a quarter way through something, and it just makes it difficult. And we have grown our program so much just since I've been here, and my staff have come up with other ideas they want to implement, and it's hard when they're working the front desk and shelving books and all those things for us to sit down and come up with a cohesive plan and have, contacts made and those kinds of things. So having a day to do that, to collaborate, would help us greatly.
Good. I think this is a worthwhile deal. So
I'll make a motion to allow the Hood County Library to be closed on Monday, August 12th, 2024, to allow the staff the time to collaborate, prepare, and plan library programs for September 2024 through January 2025.
Second.
a motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to allow the Hood County Library to be closed on Monday, August the 12th, 2024, to allow staff the time to collaborate, prepare, and plan library programs from September 2024 through January 2025, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you. Okay, the next item. Number 4, discuss and take appropriate action to purchase RSA tokens to implement MFA at a cost of $22,503, funds coming out of Fund 55. Mr. Drew Whitaker. Yes, sir.
Judge, Commissioners, so after last meeting of presenting the RSA tokens, I took Ms. Samuelson's advice and went back and we took off using the 99 cell phones that are deployed in the county. That, of course, is what that quote is stating. Now, the quote that, the 22,503, that would basically cover us for insurance purposes alone. And after discussing that with Commissioner Samuelson, she wanted to know, because there was a new CGIS update that the federal government is asking us and have implemented October 1st. And that is basically anyone that uses CGIS, touches CGIS, sees CGIS, they have to have two-factor. And so, of course, I had to go back out for a different quote. The updated quote is 31, if you could put it on the screen, it's 31,574?
374.
Is that what it, okay. 31,374. And that would cover us for both insurance purposes and CGIS that we have to implement by October 1st.
I just want to first thank Drew and his staff for looking into less expensive options that we thought would accomplish the same level of security. We sat down and went through all the options, his staff member Ashley and Drew and I. And as we went through it and lined out all the pros and cons, because some of the tokens don't work, the less expensive tokens don't work with cell phones, and we know that there's apps on cell phones that need to be protected, so that kind of threw that option out. So as we went through all the pros and cons, this is really the best option to cover us now and on October 1st when the CGIS requirement is required.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
So thank you for taking the time to look
Absolutely.
for other options that would save money.
Happy to help.
Okay, you making a motion?
Yes, I'll make the motion to purchase the RSA tokens to implement multi-factor authentication at a cost of $31,374. That also includes maintenance of about $10,000 a year for the next 2 years. The first year is covered in the $31,374. Funds coming out of Fund 55.
Is there, did we get a speaker?
Oh, yes, we do. I'm sorry. David Ferris.
Good morning again. Yeah, I talked with Nanette yesterday and mentioned this, so I actually did a little bit of looking. And with the past company I worked for, we used to use the RSA ID, but when they got hacked big and hackers stole the ability to clone any existing RSA ID, I'm sure they fixed that since then, but we went totally away from the hard tokens. And some of the reasons are the hard tokens are easy to target and steal, a little bit easier than the phone, which has a little bit more protection, because the hard tokens, you just look at it and it refreshes every 30 seconds or whatever. And so that's one of the knocks on the hard token specifically rather than the soft tokens. And we definitely went away from RSA ID, and we went to the semantic VIP. We also used the Windows Authenticator, and I'm wondering if you had looked at those, because when I was looking at the cost of the semantic VIP last night in my exhaustive 30-minute search, I found that the examples were that for 1,000 users, it was like $8,000–9,000. Okay, so If you hadn't looked at Semantic VIP and there aren't hidden costs there that I didn't find, you mentioned insurance, okay? I'm not, I'm sure that wasn't included in what I was looking at, but those are the things that I wonder if you had looked at. If you looked at them, that's fine, but I wanted to bring those up. And the considerations that a lot of people are dropping the hard tokens nowadays and going to, it's on a cell phone or it's on your PC. You can load the app because, again, that's an authentication to get into it rather than just looking at it. And a lot of hackers do target those tokens because if I've got your email and password because I found it previously, then all I need to do is get your token. And it was found that on average, it's at least 24 hours before somebody reports a missing token because, I left it somewhere, okay? So those are just some of the considerations to consider on your two-factor authentication, okay?
Just got a question or clarification. What was that number again, the total number?
31, oh, sorry,
That, in her motion?
the cost?
Yes.
31,374.
Yes.
Yes.
31,374?
31,374.
Yeah, and that's so it breaks down if you want to, I don't know, is there anybody over there?
Ashley?
To bring up the quote again, 9,000 of that is the maintenance, which will provide how many additional tokens if lost?
112. It's 25% of the initial purchase, which we're getting 450. So it works out to be 112 a year.
Yeah, and the reason we went away from using the Microsoft Authenticator on phones is because only 99 of the employees have phones, and
Yes.
60 of those phones have to be CGIS certified, and multi-factor authentication using Microsoft Authenticator does not support CGIS, so that's why we went, that was my original thought too, because it's free, why don't we just use that? But it doesn't work in our situation.
So to put the court at ease of what Mr. Ferris has said, with these particular tokens, one, they're managed. So they are managed by IT, which if they are lost, stolen, whatever the case may be, we can shut it down. But for two, these tokens are actually locked. And so with that, when we deploy these tokens to everyone in the county, they actually will have to be assigned a PIN that they set up, the employees set up. We do not. And you actually have to use that PIN to unlock the token. So no one can just steal the token and see the 6-digit code. There's another layer of security on top of that.
Yeah, it is true that they can be left behind, or if you put it in your pocket and wash your jeans, it can be lost. So that's why it was good to know that 112 or so will be replaced with this insurance. There is going to need to be training, and Drew's staff will set that up because it does take a little bit of training to understand how it works.
Yes, we will deploy them department by department. That'd be a lot easier than just opening it up to everyone.
Okay.
Okay,
All right,
so
we got a motion.
any other speakers?
Got a motion, got a second. All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, 4 ayes and 1 nay. Good work. Okay, item number 5, discuss and take appropriate action to adopt the resolution seeking legislative action to address acoustical and noise pollution, destruction of property values, and the incredible demand on the Texas energy grid caused by cryptocurrency mining. And we do have a resolution here. I guess you want to go ahead and read your resolution here?
I think I'd like to hear from the speakers first. Are there any?
Well, I think the speakers need to know what they're speaking about. Have y'all had a chance to read? I got 8 speakers, so every speaker will get 3 minutes and 3.75 minutes.
Oh, she says
You got
10.
10? I only got, oh,
3 minutes even.
7,
You could put the,
8. I see. You're reading them. 9 and 10 speakers. So everybody will get
3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay? So John Highsmith, speaker number 1.
Good morning. I'm John Highsmith, and I ask that you please vote in support of this resolution. And I would like to read a list of some of the media covering the Bitcoin noise. And this is not an exhaustive list. Time Magazine, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, Austin American-Statesman, Houston Chronicle, San Antonio Express News, Spectrum News, CBS in Dallas, WFAA, News Nation, KVUE, Inside Climate News, Morning Brew Daily, Texas Scorecard, Texas Tribune, EHN.org, Psychology Today, NBC5 Dallas, Texas Standard, Dallas Morning News, Power Systems.Technology, Wired Magazine, KERA, National NBC, and Lester Holt will be coming soon to cover this, plus international media in Germany, UK, India, Australia. So why are so many media outlets covering this? It's a classic story of the human damages from greed, and it answers the question, and it really does answer the question, why the noise was not shut down while capital improvements were made. It's greed. This negative media coverage will make any decent company considering Hood County to look elsewhere. So please vote in solidarity with the people of Hood and Somerville counties who are suffering from this noise assault, and not with the boys from Fort Lauderdale. Scientists refer to the low-frequency noise harming people of Mitchell Bend and beyond as vibroacoustic noise damage. It penetrates and damages animal tissue. And if you vote against it, please stop saying the following. We feel for the people over there, but, such as, but they are doing so much. You need to spend some time with the people in the homes over near the plant. That's the Jesse James argument. Jesse, you may have robbed over 20 banks and trains and killed 12 to 17 people. Those are historical facts. But you're being nice today, so let's forget all about it. That incents and emboldens bad actors. So, vote your conscience or lack of conscience. You will be on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Highsmith. Okay, next speaker is Mr. David Blankenship.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name's David Blankenship. I live next to the Bitcoin noise plant. You know, in 1987, I moved to Granbury. Started my career in law enforcement with the Granbury Police Department. I continue to serve in law enforcement. I may work in Johnson County now, but I choose to live in Hood County in Granbury because it's my favorite town. Since I moved here, it's been my favorite town. I lived in Pecan and wanted to pursue my dreams of buying some property, and I bought 10 acres where I'm currently living. Just prior to the Bitcoin noise starting, had I known that was going to happen, I would definitely have not bought that 10 acres because the noise has been unrelenting, and I'm hoping that you, as a group, commissioners and judge, agree that that noise is a problem. You know, one of your main jobs on the court and as commissioners is public health and safety. That is your main focus. And this is a public health issue. I guarantee you we wouldn't have not be wasting our time coming forward if it wasn't. I'm having health issues myself now, which I've not had in the past, and believe me, I work narcotics, I work major crimes, I've served in Iraq in 2006 to 2008, I know stress, and I don't normally have issues with that. Never had this issue until the Bitcoin noise started. I'm not saying it's related to that, but I guarantee you, I'm having them now, and I've had EKGs, MRIs, you name it, I've had it. Carotid artery checks to try to figure out what this issue is, and I haven't figured it out yet. So something's going on, whether it's the Bitcoin noise or not, but just as was stated before, the infrasound and the low frequency noise could very well be a problem to this. So I guess what we're asking here, as many of us get up and talk about this, is that as a group, just because it's happening in one commissioner precinct, as a whole, as a public health issue, we should be one family. If it's affecting one of us, it should be affecting all of us. And we need you to vote for this resolution to move forward, because we need to put teeth into this to make sure Marathon continues to do the improvements they say they're going to do, or stop the Bitcoin noise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Jenna Hornbuckle.
Good morning. My name is Jenna Hornbuckle. I've lived in Somervell County since 2012. I moved here working at the nuclear power plant as an operator. I have 10 years of health data showing that I had a perfect working heart, that I was a very healthy individual. It was required by law for me to have these tests done yearly as an operator at the plant. In 2023, I was diagnosed with heart failure. From last year until this year, I had testing done. My hearing, my kids' hearing has all declined. My daughter's having to wear hearing aids now. My son's getting bone conducting hearing aids. Last year, I was not eligible for a cochlear implant. This year, I just got my cochlear implant. This is the Bitcoin issue that has not been directly correlated to health issues yet, but according to my ENT and my children's ENT, the low frequency noise is a big problem with hearing, and it is causing not only hearing issues, like David said, with heart problems and stuff. It's the same thing. How do you go from 10 years of having a healthy heart and having no problems with your health history to having heart failure? It doesn't make sense. It's not only the health issues that we're having. We have an unstable grid in Texas, as you've seen with, whenever we have a high heat wave, whenever we have horrible winters like we did in 21. It's the Bitcoin mine is drawing a lot of our energy off of our grid that we can use for all of North Texas. Wolf Hollow is providing a lot of the energy that this Bitcoin mine is taking, and I think that this is a serious issue, and it really needs to be looked at. I encourage you guys to take all of us into consideration, not only in Hood County, but also in Somervell County. We have pages and pages of people that are having health problems. We have people who can't sell their houses around this area because of this issue. So I encourage all of you to take a serious look at this and support us in what we are doing. Thank you.
Where do you live? In proximity to the Bitcoin mine?
Am I what?
In proximity to the Bitcoin mine, where do you live?
So I'm about 6 miles as the crow flies from the Bitcoin mine.
Wow.
And there's people on my street that have the same issue that can't even get out of bed. They can't come before the court. So I'm here as part of Somervell County to speak up for us, because we don't have anybody else. We're alone. We feel like we're being, we're made fun of constantly on Facebook because we're being called crazy. We're not crazy. This is serious. There's no way that I have 3 people on my street that's having the same issues that I'm having. I encourage y'all to take a drive out there. by Wolf Hollow. Go listen to the noise. Take a decibel meter out there. We're having, 91 decibels in the middle of the night, right across the street. It's being monitored all the time.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right. Next speaker, Danny Lackey.
Judge, Commissioner, my name is Danny Lakey. I live at 8225 Contrary Creek Road, neighbor of Officer Blankenship, and I've probably spoken to everybody in this room about the Bitcoin mine. So I just want to make a connection for everybody because there's all these mystery illnesses that nobody can connect to the Bitcoin mine. It's real simple. It's called stress, okay? I talked to some acoustical engineers that have done some severe studies about what noise can do and how it causes stress in individuals, all right? So some of the things that excessive stress can cause: heart disease, immune system disorders, fatigue. Stress can also cause headaches, muscle tension, pain, digestive problems, sleep problems, weight gain, weight loss, and susceptibility to cancer. Almost every disease, every illness that anybody has that they're reporting can be related to stress. And that can be related directly to the low frequency noise. So there's the connection. There is a health issue. It is a severe one, and what it's coming from is a low-frequency noise. We sat through court, and Marathon quizzed the constable on why he chose DBC versus DBA, which kind of gets into the technical part of it. And it's DBC registers a little bit louder on your meter reading, and the state of Texas is 85. And they don't say A or C, they just say 85 decibels, and so you get closer to 85 decibels if you're registering C. When I go out onto my property, I register C, and yes, it does register louder, but I do C because the low tones are the ones that hurt your body. Those are the ones that cause the stress, those are the ones that cause the disorders, they're the ones that cause the hearing loss. That's why you do C. When you're talking about A is the one that annoys your neighbors. So when you're having a party and the decibel level's too loud and the officer comes up and it's over whatever the city ordinance would be when you're in a city, yeah, that's A, because that's the nuisance part. The B or the C is the one that's going to kill you. It's the one that's going to cause the stress, it's going to cause your high blood pressure, it's going to cause your tension. All these medical issues are related to that, and there is a direct connection. So as commissioners, to study this, to understand, if people were getting sick from the water, we would do a water study. And we would want to know why the people are getting sick, and we would do everything we could to cure the water. This is coming through the air. It's the same thing, and we're all getting pelted by it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Chris Brooking.
Hello, my name is Chris Brooking. Tom Weeks was going to join me today, but unfortunately he's still recovering from some surgery he had at the 1st of July. I live at 8704 Mitchell Bend. I've been there for 10 years. Tom's been there for over 25 years. We understand that in this area growth is inevitable. We appreciate and we know that growth is going to be industrial as well as residential, but we expect all of our neighbors who move in to be good neighbors. And unfortunately, that's not what happened when the Bitcoin mine moved in. Our neighbors as well as ourselves have suffered hardships during this time. We live less than half a mile away. And during that time, I can positively say 100% that Bitcoin has not been a good neighbor. In February, we attended a town meeting. Bitcoin representatives were there. They were aware at that time of the problems. Several citizens expressed their concern about health issues that they were having. A good neighbor would have listened to these citizens and come up with a reasonable, immediate response. A bad neighbor would continue to blast the noise and show disregard for those who were affected. Sadly, we were saddled with a bad neighbor. Bad neighbors don't care that noise pollution causes hearing loss, sleep disruption, anxiety, stress, and cardiovascular issues. A bad neighbor doesn't care that Tom just spent 9 days in the hospital with a saddle pulmonary embolism. The blood clot that caused that embolism cannot be traced to any physical actions such as a fall, an accident, or previous surgeries. Could the cause of the noise pollution have caused the stress that caused Tom to have this situation? It's very possible. Can it be proved? No, it can't be proved, but it cannot be disproved either. It's amazing the medical costs that have incurred while he was in the hospital for those 9 days. I've read lots of articles. This one is from Harvard Medical School, and it states, noise pollution is not a nuisance, it's a health risk. They've shown that noise pollution can cause hearing loss, tinnitus, hypersensitivity to sound. It can cause and exacerbate cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, sleep disturbances, mental stress, health, cognitive problems, all of these things. And I'm not telling you guys anything that you don't already know. OSHA puts out a study, and it goes on and on. Loud noise causes problems for people. Tom and I live a half a mile from the Bitcoin mine, and us, along with our neighbors, have had varying degrees of problems because of the noise. And what kind of a neighbor allows this to continue? What kind of a neighbor allows people to continue to suffer? It's a bad neighbor. Bitcoin is a bad neighbor. All we asked for them to do was to stop the noise pollution. We don't have time for long-term solutions. A tree will grow slow in Texas. We need something that's going to help us now and stop us from having all these symptoms. Because of our address, 8704 Mitchell Bend.
Thank you. Your time is up, Ms. Brookin. Thank you. Shannon Wolf.
Good morning. My name is Shannon Wolf, and I serve as precinct chair for Precinct 211, which includes the Wolf Hollow area. This court's heard from people who have described in detail medical complaints that are consistent with those resulting from prolonged exposure to excessive sound frequencies. Both the medical community and our federal government have documented these conditions as consequences of exposure to sound. You've also heard, and will hear again today, of the diminishing property values. Cheryl Shadden spoke last month about her property value decreased by 50%. It would be a mistake to assume that only this small area is being impacted by the Bitcoin facility. It affects all of Hood County. As the property values continue to plummet in and around the Bitcoin plant, the appraisal district will be forced to increase taxes on the rest of Hood County property owners in order to maintain the county budget. The alternative is to force budget cuts that will result in fewer services to all of Hood County. Yet another negative impact on Hood County is the attention we are receiving nationally and internationally. News stories, and I believe you've already heard a list of some of the news outlets that are reporting on this problem, but they do include Texas Tribune, Texas Scorecard, Texas Standard, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, and others, CBS, NBC, ABC News, out of Dallas, and also nationally. Time Magazine is writing a series of stories on us being published nationally. NPR, Daily Mail UK, Times London, news outlets in India, in the UK, in Germany, and other places around the globe, Australia. So we have 4 continents that are talking about Granbury. In fact, many of those just listed have been invited today to watch these proceedings. We have the honor of being the celebration capital of Texas. We have been named the best historic small town in America for a few years in a row. This is how we want to be known, but that's not our reputation. Today, Granbury is synonymous with a Bitcoin facility that is causing children to go deaf. It is stealing the health of an entire community, while Hood County says that nothing can be done. I've heard members of this court express sincere empathy towards this community. But you also say that your hands are tied. There's nothing you can do about this. Today, you have an opportunity to sign a resolution, and I'm asking you to put your name to your expressed empathy. Precinct 211's watching today. Hood County's watching. But more than that, folks, the world is watching today. Please sign the resolution.
Thank you. Next, Joe Weber.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. I thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I would like to speak in support of today's resolution regarding cryptocurrency and also the proposed sound study. I would also like to respond to a statement that has been made on more than one occasion in this chamber to the effect that there's nothing we can do. The sound from the Bitcoin mine reminds me very much of a low-flying airplane. But this airplane just doesn't take off. It just sits there and grinds and grinds and grinds. It bothers me tremendously. I suffer from PTSD associated with 9/11. I was evacuated from the towers. I have two triggers. Noise and low-flying airplanes do irritate me greatly, and crowds. Those are my two triggers. I manage it pretty well. I moved to Hood County 5 years ago to be in a peaceful community. That's not what I experience today. I live 1.75 miles from the facility, but I do hear the Bitcoin from time to time. I've heard it inside my house on one occasion, 4:30 in the morning when I couldn't sleep. Back to my analogy of airplanes. In the 1950s, they started landing commercial airplanes at airports all over this country. And there was a new noise phenomenon. And our elected officials did not throw up their hands and say, there's nothing we can do. No, they rolled up their sleeves and they went to work. And they found a solution. Perfect? No, they still manage it today. But airplanes, unlike Bitcoins who only enrich themselves, airplanes transport our populace. They support commerce. They transport goods and services, tourism, support jobs. Bitcoin facility does not do that. So our predecessors, fortunately, sought solutions, and that's what leaders do. They didn't have the tools at their disposal at the time. It was a new phenomenon, much like Bitcoin. So now that is your challenge. We've got, and as to the sound study, in the previous Commissioner Court meeting, there was discussions about the sound study, and we didn't need to do a sound study because after all, there's nothing we can do. All the more reason for a sound study. If we don't have the tools in the toolbox to fix the problem, leaders go and get them. As the highest elected officials in Hood County, we desperately need your help. We need your political savvy, your experience, and most importantly, we need your leadership. Please endorse the resolution. And support the sound study.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Lori Walston.
Let us know if I can hand out some explanations of something I'm talking about.
Do you have one for the clerk?
Yes, I have one for everybody.
Okay.
These are just, I'm going to use some admin stuff. Oh, that was yours. I'm sorry. Pass it. You just pass them around. Okay, my name is Lori Walston. I am, like Cheryl Shadden is like a sister to me. This is an idea. Of course, I can't hear it that well. Oh. That's the sort of noise that people are hearing. It's not even close to what the limit is. So I recently attended the trial where the citations were given to the plant manager at Marathon. It seemed mostly to focus on the sound readings and how or what they were meaningful and if the equipment used was legitimate. They did their job, as far as the defense is concerned, to create doubt in the jurors. So, however, the people of Hood County needed the truth to come from that trial, not obfuscation. So I'm going to try to make clear how these people are really being affected by this noise, because it is real and it's documented. And there's stuff that's legislation that's been based on the documentation. So to start with, the state of Texas says 85 decibels is the limit for noise in the unincorporated areas. Well, OSHA requires hearing protection when noise exposure is at or above 85 decibels, averaged over 8 working hours, or an 8-hour time-weighted average, which is one of those, explains one of those documents. The National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, NIOSH, recommended exposure limit, REL, which is in there. Occupational noise exposure is 85 A-weighted decibels, or dBA, over an 8-hour shift. So to put it in perspective, on the surface, that 85 decibel limit for Texas seems right in line. What's left out of the equation is the time-weighted average and noise exposure at 85 A-weighted decibels over the 8-hour shift. You see, the people around Marathon Digital and the Membrino Highway area don't live on their properties or in their homes like shift work. They don't get 16 hours off at night or weekends to get away from this noise. NIOSH established the REL for occupational noise exposure to be 85 decibels, A-weighted dBA, as an 8-hour time-weighted average. Exposures at or above this level are considered hazardous. The REL is based on exposures at work 5 days per week and assumes that the individual spends the other 16 hours in the day as well as weekends in quieter conditions. The NIOSH REL is not a recommendation for noise exposures outside of the workplace in the general environment. NIOSH also specifies a maximum allowable daily noise dose expressed in percentages. For example, and there's something there too that covers that, is 85 decibels. And I see my time's out, but what that means is the length of time that you're under it, your exposure is down to, you take 3 decibels off each time. So if it's 85 and you're at 8 hours, if you go up to more, it's on there, I gotta look at it. If you go up, so if you add 3 decibels to 88, that means your time is cut in half to 4 hours. So these people are getting this, if you can see on that chart, if you go down to 15 minutes, 100 decibels. Or if you have 100 decibels, dBA, you have 15 minutes that you can be in that sound. And so this is going on 24/7 for these people. And it's affecting them. And there's more in the studies about what local and bringing it out of the industry and into the people, and what in our environment, it's down to, it's like 70 decibels and then down to 55 or 45 decibels. So the EPA limits chosen it's to protect 96.
Thank you. Your time is up. I'll let you go over.
Thank you very much, and I hope that will convince y'all to do this study, because it's not just us, it's nationwide legislated. So,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Beatty.
Good morning. I'm Mark Beatty. I live at 8015 Contrary Creek Road. I have a 10-acre place there. I came here for peace and quiet back in 2017. I do not have peace and quiet. As a matter of fact, I concur with all these people that have spoken previous, that the noise pollution is coming from Marathon, but I sure got an awakening this morning at 5:30 coming from Wolf Hollow when they emptied some sort of air or steam container that lasted for a couple of minutes. So I just want you to see me. I am part of the effect. I'm concerned with my property values. I'm concerned with my health. I have vertigo. I also have anxiety. I don't know if it's a due cause of that, of this facility, but I do have that. I don't know how else I have this, but I just concur with wanting you to vote for the resolution. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, Sarah Rosenkrantz.
Hello. Sorry, I'm not used to public speaking. It kind of makes me nervous. We live half mile to the Bitcoin mine as a crow flies. My daughter lost half of her kindergarten year because of 7 ear infections in 6 months that were not linked to bacteria or viruses. They don't know the cause. We've gone to several specialists who still can't find a cause. 4th of July weekend, she had a seizure on the square and was rushed by ambulance to the emergency room. Again, they don't have a cause. They don't know a cause. We're about $10,000 in medical bills of trying to find the cause to stuff, and we don't have it. I know I got a bill for $3,000 yesterday from Cook's. So it is so loud in her room. We read 65 decibels at 3 a.m. She has to sleep in our room because it's so loud she can't sleep. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. She can't play outside anymore because it's so loud. I have had a status migraine that has put me in the emergency room. The pain was worse than childbirth. After 3 rounds of IV medication and multiple shots of pain medication, they still couldn't bring my blood pressure down. It was 181/121 due to the pain. Again, no cause. We have 0 health issues. I have my blood pressure right here readings that my doctor put me on a blood pressure cuff at home. When I am not at home, my blood pressure is fine. When I am at home, I am at risk of hypertension, cardiac issues. I've never had an issue with my heart before, never. I'm 43 years old and I'm having cardiac issues. It's unbearable. I respect that Marathon is a business. I'm not trying to tear them down or break them apart or whatever. I just don't want to be sick anymore. And I know that we've worked with 2 realtors who said we cannot sell our house because at this point we just want to sell our house. We want to move. We want to make sure our daughter is okay and make sure we're okay. We cannot sell our house. No, because nobody will buy it. And we're stuck because we can't afford 2 mortgages because of the rise of the taxes. And we can't. So we're stuck, and we're stuck living a nightmare. And sometimes we go and stay in an Airbnb or a hotel for a week just to get relief. But again, our medical bills are adding up, and we can't even afford that anymore. My husband, we're small business owners. He's missed work from migraines, never had a migraine in his life. It's truly, truly unbearable, and y'all can do something about it. You're the only ones that can do something about it. Please help us. We're literally dying. We're suffering. We're going to the hospital. My daughter lost half of her first school year over this. We really, really need y'all to help us. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the speakers that I have. I'd want to make a motion.
Oh, well, I'm going to just say it.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Ward,
Yeah, what's the sound study? 6 is the sound study?
No.
Oh, okay. Which one's which?
You wrote here sound study resolution?
I must have been a mistake. I didn't understand.
You want to speak on number 5?
I want to speak on number 5, please. I will be quick.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Come on up. I'm going to let you speak.
Commissioners, thank you. Thank you again for being here. Thank you for hearing us. Unfortunately, my wife was not being able to be here today. She testified in the jury trial versus Marathon Digital regarding her hearing. She's not here today because she couldn't get out of bed. Her head was killing her. Our dogs wouldn't go outside. We live in Pecan Plantation, high on the bank of the river that faces directly to the Bitcoin mining. My wife has been a realtor in 4 different states, including Texas twice, has disclosed that we would have to disclose the sound if we ever wanted to try to sell our home. We've lived in Texas for a little over 20 years. It took us 10 years to get back. I've lived in 9 different states. My job took me around the country, and I'll tell you a little bit about that because it relates to this, in our opinion. My neighbors, myself, many others in Pecan are being affected by this noise, which we call a whirl and a hum. And sometimes the hum is not anything you hear, but we know it's affecting us down below. Dr. Kozimski, I call him Dr. K, and he's okay with that, who is a Granbury specialist, ENT, I visited 2.5 years ago, resolved a problem that I had for over 30 years in terms of nasal and allergic issues. I did not know that. In one day, in an operation in his office, I came out and was fixed. My wife loves it because I no longer snore, and I don't have the allergies that I used to have. She said to me this morning as I was getting ready to leave, if we lived on 377 and I knew there was cars going by me at 100 miles an hour all the time, don't you think there would be something there like a radar to detect that? Yes, there would be. That totally makes sense. I worked for Costco years ago, 40 years ago. That's how my profession took me into 9 different states. There was one rule at Costco that we all had to adhere by, and the number 1 rule was obey the law. We had 6 rules, but the one rule that if you ever didn't obey the law by what you were doing with the company, you were out of there. Hey, if you got your own speeding ticket or you had a DII, that's something else. If it occurred many times, you'd probably got kicked out. But in the job situation, if you did not obey the law, you were gone. 5 days ago, Los Angeles, to slightly to the left of Hood County, don't you say? Los Angeles is slightly to the left. A federal court jury unanimously ruled in favor of Michael Ho against Marathon Digital, Inc. for $138 million after finding that Marathon breached a non-disclosure, non-circumventional agreement. The unanimous verdict for $138 million vindicates Michael's efforts and expertise in it. He was helping them, but they dishonored his contractual obligations and respecting professional relationships that were against the law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I want to just lead into this. Drew, if you could put the resolution up. Thank you.
Will you make the motion?
In a minute. Over the last year,
You want to take a break? Let's take a 5-minute break.
Judge, I just wanted to thank everyone that's come up and given their testimony. Over the last year, I have learned so much about sound waves, acoustics, and vibration, and how that relates to the cryptocurrency data centers, along with high energy demand to the power grid. I want to thank Giovanni, hope I don't butcher your last name, Catazzaro? Giovanni Catazzaro he's the regional director for Senator Ted Cruz. He's here today to listen to your testimony. And also Meredith Frazier from Shelby Slosson's office is also here to listen to your testimony. I was contacted just yesterday by a person that is a gubernatorial appointee that has worked over the several years on getting legislation passed, and she wants to be involved and help us. So this resolution will be very important in getting the information to our legislators in Austin so that we can enhance or change laws that will help us help all the issues that you heard today. I wanted to thank, I've also spoken to Senator Birdwell's office as well, and he is aware of the situation. We want to be able to give our law enforcement and our county attorney tools that will ensure our citizens can peacefully enjoy their property. And you will see that I will quote several experts and state-level officials in the resolution. So the resolution, Hood County Commissioners Court resolution seeking legislative action to address acoustical and noise pollution, destruction of property values, and the incredible demand on the Texas energy grid caused by cryptocurrency mining. Whereas ERCOT CEO Pablo Vegas gave testimony to the Texas Senate Committee on Business and Commerce. Drew, if you could go to the first page while I'm, there you go. Testimony at a Business and Commerce hearing on June 12, 2024, that within only 6 years, the Texas power grid needs to grow from 85,000 to 150,000 megawatts. The testimony stated that crypto miners and data centers will be responsible for over 50% of the added growth. And whereas at the conclusion of the hearing, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick issued the following statement on June 12th via his X account. We need to take a close look at these two industries. They produce very few jobs compared to the incredible demands they place on our grid. Crypto mining may actually make more money selling electricity back to the grid than from their crypto mining operations. Texans will ultimately pay the price. I'm more interested in building the grid to service customers in their homes, apartments, and normal businesses, and keeping costs as low as possible for them instead of for very niche industries that have massive power demands and produce few jobs. We want data centers, but it can't be the wild, wild west of data centers and crypto miners crashing our grid and turning the lights out. And whereas there is a body of research concerning the effects of low-frequency acoustical sound on the human body, as indicated by Dr. Marina Alves Perea, a notable researcher who has dedicated over 30 years to studying infrasound and low-frequency noise and acoustical pollution. Dr. Alves Perea holds a Bachelor's of Science in Physics from the State University of New York at Stony Brook, a Master's of Science in Biomedical Engineering from Drexel University, and a PhD in Environmental Science from the New University of Lisbon. You'll hear more from her later today. Whereas Granbury ENT, Dr. Samil Balu, was quoted in Time magazine in June 2024 as stating he sees patients with symptoms potentially stemming from the Bitcoin mine noise on an almost weekly basis. I'm sure it increases their cortisol and their sugar levels. So you're seeing headaches, vertigo, and it snowballs from there. Dr. Ballou was also quoted as saying he's seen an uptick since the new year in patients whose ailments, including ringing in the ears, vertigo, and headaches, could be related to the mine. And whereas Granbury ENT, Dr. Stephen Kreminski, was quoted in Time magazine in June 2024, referring to the residents near the Marathon Granbury Cryptocurrency Data Center, stated, "The noise is detrimental to their health and anxiety. Sonic damage is real. There's no disputing that." Dr. Kreminski says he believes the mine is causing mental and physical health issues. And whereas numerous media sources, including but not limited to Time Magazine, Texas Standard, Inside Climate News, Texas Tribune, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, WFAA News, NPR, as well as international-based DL News out of Germany, Daily Mail out of the UK, News Bites out of India, and Times London have all investigated and published stories concerning both the health issues of noise pollution and the energy demand on the power grid as a result of cryptocurrency mining. And whereas there is documented evidence of destruction of property values in Hood County as a direct result of constant noise pollution caused by cryptocurrency mining, and whereas the people of Hood County have the right to the peaceful enjoyment of their property. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Hood County Commissioners Court hereby calls on the Texas Legislature to take up legislative action to provide residents in Texas relief from acoustical and noise pollution impacting their quality of life, their property values, and their right to the peaceful enjoyment of their property, and that the Texas Legislature modify the Health and Safety Code, Chapter 343, Section 011, to include noise nuisance as in the definition of a public nuisance, Section 343.011C, and that the Texas Legislature modify Noise Nuisance Penal Code 42.01 to allow escalation of repeated offenses, and that the Texas Legislature enact legislation similar to Arkansas Senate Bill 78 and Senate Bill 79, both passed in May of 2024, to create requirements for noise reduction in the operation of a digital asset mining business and to provide for the regulation of digital asset mining business, and that the Texas Legislature reintroduce and enact SB 1751 that passed the Senate 31-0 in the 88th Legislature relating to the regulation and tax treatment of facilities in the ERCOT power region that demand a large load of uninterruptible power. And be it further resolved that the Hood County Commissioners Court call on the Hood Central Appraisal District during the 2025 appraisal process to address the loss in value of the homes impacted by the noise and acoustical pollution. And that copies of this resolution be delivered to State Senator Brian Birdwell, State Representative Shelby Slauson, the Hood Central Appraisal District, the Hood County News, and any other entity or governmental body the Commissioners Court so choose. Dated this 23rd day of July 2024. And I would like to make a motion to adopt this resolution.
Second. A motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to adopt the resolution, second by Commissioner Eagle. Anybody else wish to add anything to this?
Yes, Judge, if you don't mind. Just want to point out that the county is a subdivision of the state of Texas. As a unit of the state government, our responsibilities include, and I'm going to have to go back and forth here, and I'm going to be reading some from Texas County Progress, which is a periodical that's published by Texas Association of Counties. Some of our responsibilities include conducting elections, process, maintain voter registration, and provide for public safety. Here are some of the statutes that we are have to work under as a state, as an arm of the state. Agricultural Code, Civil Practice and Remedies Code, Code of Criminal Procedure, Education Code, Election Code, Government Code, Health and Safety Code, Human Resources Code, Labor Code, Local Government Code, Natural Resources Code, Occupations Code, Parks and Wildlife Code. All of these statutes and more we are subject to, and we, as an arm of the state, we work under. As a unit of local government, I'm going to read a direct quote from Texas County Progress. As a unit of local government, the Commissioners Court of Texas are often described as grassroots government, and county judges and commissioners are often portrayed as those closest to the people who live and work where the rubber meets the road. So, with that said, we are, I'm in favor of this resolution, and I think we should, I think we have a duty to get this down to the state with my second. Thank you.
Ms. Brown, you wanted to say something?
I believe Dr. Ballou's first name is misspelled up there. It's S-A-L-I-M and not M-I-L.
Okay, we'll check that out. Thank you. Okay. Well, like I said, and I think the resolution says that I think the state is conducting a study into this. They're looking at it. I mean, Lieutenant Patrick is looking at it. Everybody's looking at this thing. I think it's a good idea. I hope that they continue to look at it. So I'm in favor of the resolution myself. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Resolution passes unanimously. Okay. Item number 6, discuss and take appropriate action to declare HGC Engineering Noise, Vibration, and Acoustical Consulting Services to be the most qualified firm and hire HGC Engineering to conduct a sound study regarding the cryptocurrency data center in Hood County. Expense not to exceed $6,500 from General Administration General Contingency Budget. Mr. Mills, you spoke on this really the last time we,
Right.
this is the same thing we had that Commissioner Samuelson put at the last commissioner's
Right,
meeting.
the question came up.
Except this time we have a name of this consulting firm, which I've never heard of, but tell me what we would do with this if we had a study. How is that beneficial to the county?
I mean, I'm not going to weigh in on the policy, is this a good thing or a bad thing policy-wise. That's for y'all, and y'all don't really care what I think on those things. But as far as the legality, I asked David Brooks, and he's probably the foremost guru that I can think of in Texas. We only pay him $100 a month, and I email him, and he responds. Now, given that I only pay him $100 a month, I don't get lengthy, detailed, point-by-point answers. You know, I get a quick. And so the quick answer I got from him a month ago, roughly, was that it was legal for the county to pay for a study under public health and safety provisions. And so now it's just, is this a good idea? Does this further what you just voted on in the resolution or not? I mean, that's your decision. But as far as just legality, I think, according to Mr. Brooks, it's legal.
What would you do with it if it came back that the study came back with this consulting firm that the noise from the Bitcoin mining operation exceeded 85 decibels? What would you as the county attorney do with that study?
Potentially, if we have another trial on the Class C misdemeanors, we could potentially use that, call them as a witness, you know, bring in their testimony. I don't think that's really where the first trial hinged, but it could be relevant to a potential second trial if we do that.
So, do we have any speakers on this?
Where's it?
So,
yes,
So you could use the study?
It's possible. I mean, one of the issues, of course, is if they go do a study in August and it says they're making a lot of noise, and we have a citation from February, arguably, you know, a lawyer could say, look, this isn't relevant to what happened in February. So there's evidentiary issues and things that a judge could weigh in on. But I don't know what the sound study says. I mean, I don't know if it goes further into, okay, this is how it impacts health, or this is just how we measure decibels, period. I don't know the nature of it. But if it gets into those other things, or if it gets into the difference between the DBA, DBC, all that stuff, I mean, it could have some relevance if we subpoenaed them, and we'd have to pay them more, of course, if we wanted to bring them in for trial.
Let me ask you this. What these people are really asking for is an abatement of the noise.
Yes.
They're not saying, you know, they're trying to put them out of business. They're just saying, I want the level to be reduced to, I've heard all kind of figures, 45 decibels, whatever.
Right.
On the thing. They're trying to abate the noise. Do you think you have the jurisdiction to abate the noise?
No, and that gets back to the last point. If I can just touch on that briefly, on your resolution. So under the Health and Safety Code 343, there's 13 definitions of what a public nuisance is. So those are things like abandoned vehicles, high weeds, discharge of sewage, rubbish, those kinds of things. And we have taken people to court and gotten injunctions in the past, and the judge says you have 30 days or 60 days to clean this up, and if they don't, then we take them back to court, and at that point the judge could potentially put somebody in jail or do some other remedies. Under those 13 things for public nuisance, there's nothing about noise. And so the argument is, wouldn't incessant noise, even if it's not Bitcoin, if it was somebody that's had a loud rock band every night of the week till 1 in the morning, that would drive the neighbors crazy. And so could you then get some sort of an injunctive relief, and isn't that just as annoying as accumulation of rubbish and stuff like that? So I'm glad that that passed, and maybe we can have that available. Sorry that was long-winded.
So, yes, as you said, the question came up last time is whether this was legal, and Mr. Mills has gotten his expert opinion that, yes, it can be done under 262.024, and there's several other reasons why this is needed that I'll go into, but if we want to have the speakers speak, and then I have some other things that I'd like to show the court as we go forward with this agenda item.
Here's what I'm saying. I really feel sorry for everybody up here, especially that little girl right there, what she's going through. But he doesn't have the jurisdiction, like he just said, to do an abatement here.
Yeah.
To say that this company here, I've never heard of HGC Engineering, Noise and Vibration, to be the most qualified firm?
You have, because yes, you have. I brought them to.
I'm speaking right now.
Okay, well, I'm just correcting you.
It says to be the most qualified firm and hire HGC Engineering to conduct a sound study. I just don't know what benefit the sound study is going to do. I would like for these people to do something different of that, to bring up civil action or whatever to see if they're entitled to some sort of an abatement. I don't know what the $6,500 is going to do. There's nothing that Mr. Mills can do with that study as far as giving these people any type of relief.
Well,
they want relief from the noise.
Right.
Is
so
what they want is relief from the noise. These other citations that were taken by Constable Shirley months ago with that meter he got on Amazon, that's already been decided. He's not going to be able to come back and hold the corporation in violation of a noise ordinance or something that, anyway, that's been done. What needs to happen, you know, if it's really to decide it in, and I'm really glad about the resolution, I hope the state comes back and does something for the benefit of everybody here. But what I'm saying is, I don't see how this $6,500 is going to do anything to give any relief to you people right here. Ultimately, no relief is going to be done for it.
Well, you may be convinced if you'd let us continue with the agenda item.
Don't speak, Ms. Samuelson, please. So that's just my deal about it. It's not going to do, Matt Mills is not going to be able to take this engineering report, whatever it may turn out to be. I know, I've never heard of them. I don't know if they're the most qualified firm or not, but it's going to be able to help the benefit of all the people of Hood County. I do not. So that's my 2 cents in it.
Okay. Well, you have heard of them because I brought their bio, their criteria, everything about them to court. I showed you their, all of their work that they had done across the world. I showed that the last time this was brought up in court. You have heard about them. But anyway, if we have some speakers, there are some other things that this study will help us with, and if, I don't know if you have any or not.
We got some. We got 10 speakers. Okay. We got 10 speakers, so that it means that every speaker will get 3 minutes. So Mr. Richard Hoffs is number 1.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Richard Hafs. You all know me from my roles around town. First of all, thank you. Thank you for passing the resolution on the previous item. Having listened as you have to the people who are directly suffering, my heart goes out to every one of them. I am fortunate that I live in an area of Hood County that I don't hear the noise, but it still affects me. It affects the reputation of the city and the county that I live in. It will over time affect my property value. It will affect the quality of life as if fewer tourists come because they read these articles in the news about Granbury and the horrible noise. And it is indeed horrible if you're in that part of town. There's no question about that. And we've started a journey together with this resolution. But it's not a short trip because we have to get the legislature to change the law. And the legislature only meets periodically. But they're going to need our help. This isn't the end. It's but one step, and a very important step. And going forward, we have to have proof and help them to craft the law that will protect all of our citizens. And that means we need some expert information. The fact that Richard thinks it's too loud is nice, but that doesn't translate into a law very well. The fact that these people who are suffering say it's too loud is unfortunate, but again, that doesn't really translate into the law. We need something that can be written down in the code of the state of Texas and then enforced, and that means we need expert opinions. And for that reason, I encourage you to fund a sound study. Don't be afraid that it might be used in some civil action down the road. I mean, yes, that's a possibility, but we're not doing it for that reason. We're doing it to help our state get a good law that will help not just these people who are impacted, but everyone in Hood County and indeed across the state of Texas. Thank you for your time.
Next is John Highsmith.
Good morning again. I'm John Highsmith, and I would like to also say thank you all very much for voting for the resolution. I think it is incredibly important for Hood County, and it's greatly appreciated. I would like to make some comments on reasons that I've heard for not approving the sound study, and also give you a little insight. So number one, here, this court cannot do anything about the boys from Fort Lauderdale, so let's not spend money on a sound study. Well, I recall being told by this court to get our state officials to pass legislation, which we've just been talking about. So this sound study is part of that process. You've got to start somewhere. Mm-hmm. The state is going to say, what data do you have when we go to them? Mm-hmm. And if you don't have any data, it's very difficult to get them to do something. So it's part of that process. And also, Representative Slauson has specifically asked for it. So she has said it's very important to what she wants to do, and she's asked us to do it. Another thing I've heard, it only affects one part of Hood County. I just say, seriously? What? So let's take Granbury Road. Preliminary engineering, $228,000. Estimated cost, $50 million. By that logic, it should not be built because it affects only a portion of Hood County. So how in the world can you say something like that about this issue? We need to think about all of Hood County, not just a portion. Well, this noise pollution is heard by approximately 20% of Hood County. So where do you draw the line? You say, well, it's got to be 50% or what? This is nonsensical to me. And think about attracting new businesses to Hood County. So the good companies say, no thanks. They take a pass. The companies like the boys from Fort Lauderdale, they form a line to get in. And I think you have to make a statement that we don't want that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Greg Harrell.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak on this very important issue. As you can probably appreciate, I stand before you as a fiscal conservative. Notwithstanding that fact, I would urge you to move forward with the expenditure associated with this study for this very reason. Actually, for two reasons. Number one, the study, if the firm that is chosen has been well qualified, and I assume that they have based on Commissioner Samuelson's qualifications of that firm, if this firm is the qualified firm, what they will do as they move forward with the study is they will establish processes, procedures, standards that can be replicated for future studies, and those will all be well documented, no matter how this breaks down the road. Let's say that the firm, the Bitcoin mine, decides to enter into some kind of a settlement agreement with the county or whatever other entity that they enter into. The standards will be established so that we can see that any settled agreement is being complied with in the future. So we can establish those criteria, and it's very important to have those criteria no matter how this breaks. The second thing, and the two previous speakers kind of touched on it, is that there has been a concern whether or not this expenditure would constitute, would set a precedent that select people in the county will be benefited by this expenditure. I would say that that is moot at this point. For example, in April of 2023, this exact Commissioners Court approved an expenditure for a secondary engineering study to see what could be done in regards to Sound Creek, or Stroud Creek access, rather than constructing a bridge. So it only impacted the people in Stroud Creek, but you moved forward with that secondary engineering study and the expenditures associated with it. I would say that this study is analogous to that. Let's move forward. I'd like to see you pass this as a unanimous body. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Ron Liddell?
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak today. I wrote a really neat little speech yesterday. I'm going to bypass it for a bit. You want to know what this study will do for you? It'll make you smarter. It will. It will make you smarter. You're talking about decibels just a few minutes ago. Let me tell you a little bit about decibels. Let me tell you about me first. My name's Ron Liddell. I've lived in Pecan Plantation for 10 years in my retirement home. I have a degree in mathematics. I have a degree in physics. I did my graduate work in physics. I missed the doctorate because somebody wanted me to go fight a war. But I did teach physics at the University of North Texas. I have a good feeling for wave motion and what it means. You're talking about decibels. It's a poorly understood subject. It's not linear, it's logarithmic. That means 2 decibels is not twice as loud as 1 decibel. Completely different. A 3 decibel change in a signal means that the signal's power, its energy, has doubled. If you're hit with a 90 decibel wave, my gosh, you're talking about the waveform that has doubled 30 times. And that beats up your body. And that's what these people were talking about people being injured by these wave noises. I could hear that noise in my house, and I'm 5 miles away. And my little physicist brain goes, how is that possible? And I've got one possible for you, because it may be something completely different. In the world of physics, in the world of music, in the world of sound, things resonate. Gary plays electric guitar. He cheats. He has electric pickup on it. An acoustic guitar doesn't have that. It relies on the resonation inside the guitar to push the music out. Resonance happens in all systems. And I suspicion there's a resonance factor at that Bitcoin plant, and somebody needs to find out what it is, because it's very, very common. Write this down. Tacoma Narrows Bridge. Make a note of it. Go home, go on the internet and Google Tacoma Narrows Bridge. That bridge was built in 1940. It never made it but a few months. It was over the Tacoma Narrows. A 35-mile-an-hour wind. Oh, by the way, this was the third largest suspension bridge in the world. A 35-mile-an-hour wind hit it, put it into resonance, and it started vibrating. Vibrating 20 feet this way and 20 feet this way. It destroyed the bridge. Anybody served in the military? The military never marches in unison over a bridge for that reason, because you can put the bridge into resonance and destroy it. Now, sound does the same thing. Sound is just another wave out there. You know, you need to be inquisitive. My major professor used to tell me, you don't know what you don't know. Doesn't mean you're stupid, you just don't know what you don't know. We need to find out the cause of the noise. Now, people say it's the fans. I don't think fan noise can travel 5 miles to my backyard and mess up my afternoon cocktail. I just don't believe it. I think there's something else. You know, you can create a thing called a resonant cavity. See the difference? I can make a resonant cavity. It's done all the time in music. It's done. Microwave ovens run on resonant cavities. Radar runs on resonant cavities. It's very common. It amplifies a signal. You can make one by mistake. If you put a wall around a noisy something or another, and you make the wall the wrong size, you can create a resonant cavity. Sound familiar? You need investigation. I thoroughly, completely ask you.
Thank you very much. Your
You
time
bet.
is
Thank
up.
you. I appreciate your time.
Okay. David Blankenship.
Thank you again, Judge, Commissioners. Thank y'all so much, too, for passing the resolution. I don't know that I can add much to what he just said, so I'm not going to try to beat a dead horse with data. But I do think it's important. It was mentioned that the state's looking into it, but it does appear they're looking into it from the probably the aspect of the grid, how it affects the grid, not so much the noise for Granbury here. And this, I'd hate for us to go, you know, take this football to the 50-yard line and stop right there and not take it all the way into the, you know, to make a touchdown. This is a two-part thing. This sound study is extremely important to us. $6,500. You'll have a multi-million-dollar budget. I know I work with them every day with the county, and I know you'll have a contingency fund that could fund this, and even if you don't 100% feel it's necessary, we're asking you to fund this sound study for us, because it's extremely important that we do just what this gentleman just said, find out what's causing it. It isn't just the abatement of the noise we're looking for. If the noise stops completely, yes, we want the noise to stop. But if there is further issues with low-frequency noise and infrasounds that affect our health, then, yeah, well, great with the noise, but bad with the health. So if you would please take this, it's really kind of a hard issue from here, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, that we need this second study to take this all the way across and get this through, or we can kind of see where we're at. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for what y'all have already done. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenna Hornbuckle.
So you say that you don't see the reason why we need a sound study. Are any of your family members affected by this? Just a random question. I mean, my family members are directly affected by it. 10 months ago, I didn't know this lady sitting right over here. Now we're in a group chat talking every day about what's happening with our health, about what's happening with the Bitcoin mine, about our children. We're meeting with Time Magazine talking about this. Bitcoin mine has been operating for several years now. Why is it just now coming up? It's taken this long to come before you guys for the state to even start taking a look at it. I mean, how long is it going to take the state to say, hey, let's get a sound study done? Why can't we, as Hood County, hire this firm to come in and do a sound study tomorrow? Get it done. Get it over with. That way we have something concrete that we can go to this company with, go to Marathon with, and say, hey, this is what's happening. Not only a half a mile from this plant, but 6 miles from this plant. It's going on all over the place. Why is it that we have to work so hard among ourselves to even get to the point that we're at today? Why are we not getting the help that we need from you guys, from the county, from the state, from anybody? We're begging. We're literally begging for help at this point. We don't know what else to do. Why can we not bring this company in? We've had people come to us and say, you know, if the county won't do it, let's create a GoFundMe to do it. Well, even if we do a GoFundMe, it's still between us. It's still, you know, us 4 women fighting for what's right. What are we going to do with it? We could go and hire this company tomorrow, but what can we do with it? As a county, you guys paying for this company to come in and do this sound study is allowing us to say, hey, our county has done this so far. Let's take it to the state level next. Let's get something done. It's not just for Hood County, it's for the state of Texas.
Thank you. Okay, Tina Brown.
Judge, Sarah Rosencrantz also signed up for this one on the form.
Oh, I see it. Sarah Rosencrantz.
First of all, thank you all so much for approving the resolution. I truly appreciate it. I wanted to read a statement from one of the, hi baby, from one of the many interviews that we have done as a community that is MARA, otherwise known as Marathon's Response. When evaluating the impact on the local community, it's important to bear in mind that this is an industrial area. They're calling us an industrial area. This is their words directly from a CBS article. That was their response. And has been for years prior to the existence of the Digital Asset Center. When I moved in, I didn't know it was an industrial area. I thought it was a nice, quiet community where I could raise my daughter in peace, because we did move out of the city. MARA did not build the Digital Asset Data Center. The data center was originally built by Compute North, and until recently, it was operated by US Bitcoin. MARA only took ownership of the site and its operation at the beginning of this year. well after the construction and the operating began. The company said shortly after taking over, the site is commissioned multiple sound studies from third-party acoustic experts, which determined the site is operating within legal limits. So, in my opinion, that's why it's very important that we get this sound study, because Marathon is publicly stating in writing to CBS News that they've conducted third-party sound studies, and everything's okay and everything's within legal limits. And I think independently, as a community, and I understand the apprehension, I really do, and I absolutely respect that, Judge Massengill. I truly think that it's important us as a community get the sound study, because they are saying they have sound studies that prove that they're not hurting us, that everything they're doing is within the law and it's okay. And I think it's important to my daughter, myself, every single person in here that's been damaged by the Bitcoin mine, that we get a sound study, so that way we're protected. And that way the numbers are coming from you guys, that's an independent source and not Marathon, who's the company that's hurting us, who just lost a $138 million lawsuit in California for violating a contract. And that's how this company is. And I really want us protected as a community, all of us, everybody, you guys, every single person in here, everybody that has raising utility costs that don't know why, from Marathon buying electricity from the grid and then selling it back at a more expensive rate. Everybody. This is for everybody. Thank you very much for everything you're doing for us.
Thank you. Tina Brown.
Judge, is it okay if I throw in right here? I'm struggling mightily with this issue. I promise you the vast majority of what I do on a day-to-day basis is dealing with conflict between neighbors, dealing with issues. There's a concrete plant going in next door, and I'm breathing toxic air because of the stuff that they're putting into the air. There's a rock quarry going on, and these people are out there running jackhammers at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm very concerned where we come in. At what point do we say that this becomes a county issue, that we need to take this particular issue on? My initial reaction to anything is not to go to government to fix my problems. That's my first blush. That's where I sit on pretty much anything right out of the box. One of my biggest concerns here is, what do we do with this data? What do we have the sound studies, we get and yes, I'm very familiar with the resonance on the bridge that collapsed. I remember watching that many years ago and kind of freaking out about that a little bit, and it took me a while to get over crossing bridges from that point. But anyway, I understand that there could be things going on here, but is this symbolism over substance? That's my question. What do we do with this data? Where do we take it? What's the next step? If we take this data and we say, okay, these are the sounds that are coming out of here, and I've been by there multiple times recently. They've reduced the Bitcoin containers out there by about 2/3 from where they took over and started working on this in March. I've gone by there several times, and it's quieter. Now, I understand we can be talking about some different frequencies, some other frequency ranges that affect people differently. But we're not going to be able to show any health effects from that. This is a tiny little sampling as far as a study goes for what's going on here. I don't know if this pushes our ball further down the field, is what I'm saying. I don't understand how this, it makes us feel good, it makes us feel better, we're taking some action, but I don't know what we do with this. That's my concern right here. It's not about the number of people that are affected. I do believe that this is affecting the entirety of Hood County for various reasons. But where do we go from here? What do we do with this info? We can't cause and effect, causation. This is a very difficult subject. Where does this information contribute to the science of what harm, what effect is going on in a scientific way?
Can I answer your question?
Sure.
Okay, so what we do with this study is we provide it to our legislators as data, as a data point that they can take to their other legislators. I mentioned earlier that there was a gubernatorial appointee that's worked on legislation in the past that just contacted me yesterday. And I mentioned that we had this sound study on the agenda, and she said, if you get that sound study, you need to bring that to the hearing. That there's already a committee that's been formed in the Senate, Texas Senate, to look at this issue. And so this will be an independent data source that can help them understand what is going on from experts that do this every day. This is their job all over the world. So that's one of the things. And in a few minutes, when we get finished with the speakers, I will show you a scientist that has been working with sound and sound waves for over 30 years. I mentioned her in the resolution. We're going to show just a few minutes of her symposium speaking to other scientists about the impact of sound on the human body. So these are this is scientific data that will help our legislatures understand the issue with cryptocurrency, not just in Hood County and Granbury, but in the state of Texas.
So what we're looking for is, are we emitting the sound waves that have been studied in this study,
yes,
and saying that there's a correlation there or similarity there, and we're looking for a correlation of effect from that. Okay.
Tina Brown.
Yeah, I looked back to see if it was still morning or afternoon. So I know this is a very emotional issue, but I'd like to take the emotion out of this item and ask if there's a policy on exactly how much the court will spend on projects that only benefit a few or that are not part of your authority or jurisdiction. It seems that the court turned down an arts council last year for $1,000 because you didn't think that it wasn't part of your job title or job description. So maybe this court should come up with a policy for how much you will spend on projects that are not part of something you can do anything about. I appreciate what you said, Kevin. You were right on point. Thank you.
Shannon West.
It's Shannon Wolf.
I'm assuming you meant Shannon Wolf.
Wolf.
Thank you. Okay, I did not expect to speak on this issue, so I don't have prepared comments as much as I do to try to give a little bit more information. So you, Kevin Andrews, mentioned that you wanted to know what do we do with this data. You worried that it was going to be symbolic. It is not. I met with Shelby Slauson a few weeks ago, and in her office, she said she needed this sound study. Marathon has a sound study. If the citizens in Precinct 2 pay for a sound study, it would be one sound study against another. If this court asked for a sound study, this sound study would not be viewed as partisan. It would be viewed as an independent, unbiased sound study. She wants that sound study so that she could base legislation similar to what was just passed by you and the rest of the court to form legislation. They need the sound study, not from us, but from you. And if the question was just asked, you know, is this a project? How much do you want to spend on a project? We are not a project. We are citizens of Hood County that need your help. We need legislation to stop people from going deaf, from people having to be in the hospital, from property values plummeting, from wildlife leaving an area. Hood County has a problem. It is not just some people in Hood County who have a problem. Everybody in this room has a problem. And I'm asking for a sound study from this court to alleviate the problem and to give our legislatures the information that they need in order to form legislation that will end the problem. Thank you.
Okay, that's all the speakers I have. Is that all you have?
All right, so first I want to, Drew, are you over there? If you'll show the video from that came on the stick USB drive, please. This is at Mr. Lakey's house. Did he? I guess he had to leave. Okay, so this was, would he say he was? I didn't write down how far. Do any of you know how far he lives from the?
He lives by Cheryl.
Okay, so across the street from the mine, from the Bitcoin data center. Is it going to work? Okay. So while he's queuing that up, I'll just mention that I mentioned in the resolution Dr. Mariana Alves Pereira. I'm going to show you 8 minutes of a seminar that's an hour long, just to give you an inkling of the science of the body of work that she has been studying for over 30 years. She's a renowned expert in the world. She's been studying this kind of sound, like I said, over 30 years. So I'm going to show you that as well, but I wanted to show you this if you can't if it's not going to work, we can move on to Mariana, if Dr. Alves, if you want to, Drew.
I got 2 cents to throw in while he's doing that. It's worth every penny of it.
Okay.
So first of all, Mr. Harrell pointed out a very on-point concept with the Stroud Creek issue that's down there that the Commissioners Court did put some funding into. Also, the old Granbury Road project, which is in my precinct, certainly is in my precinct. I would say in the long run affects the entire county. However, it is in my precinct. The Stroud Creek project, we've been looking into that as with DOT as another way to get out at some point. That's in Commissioner Andrews' precinct. We had an issue with the wastewater plant placement, which is in my precinct, that I would argue in an indirect way affects everybody in the county. And so my question for $6,500 at this stage is why not do a sound study? Because here's the deal. They may come back and say everybody that came up here today is crazy out of their mind. They don't know what they're talking about. They're all imagining things, and this is all BS, and let's just go home. I mean, that could happen, right?
It already is happening.
So the flip side of that is they actually may find some issues. And what if they do? Well, if they do, we need the data to send with this resolution that we just passed, or we just wasted all our time on the resolution. So, and as far as comparing this to a $1,000 donation to an art deal, that's not even, I can't even go there with that one. I've never heard of such a thing. But in my opinion, what are we going to do with the sound study? It won't be able to, and I've heard another commissioner say, how's it going to show any cause and effect to health issues? Well, if the sound study reaches certain points of decibel, there's all kinds of data out there that talks about health issues at certain decibel levels. So I don't understand what the problem is. Why not do it with the many people who's being affected by it? So there's mine.
Drew, are you going to be able to have that, or are we going to have to move on?
I cannot get the sound to work. I'm still troubleshooting, Judge.
Okay, on either video? Okay, so I'll just talk about Dr. Marina Alves Pereira, sorry. She's a renowned researcher in the field of infrasound and low-frequency noise. She has been studying the effects of this phenomenon for over 30 years. She has degrees in physics, biomedical engineering, and a PhD in environmental science. Her research primarily focuses on the health impacts of infrasound low-frequency noise, particularly vibroacoustic disease, VAD. There's an actual disease that's documented from infrasound, which affects people exposed to low-frequency noise over long periods of time. This includes aeronautical technicians, wind turbine workers, and others in similar environments. So she's an expert. I wish we could just show you the 5 minutes of her seminar. It's amazing. The research that she went into studying human arteries, people who had cardio infarctions, otherwise known as heart attacks, and what their veins looked like and the amount of time that they had been exposed to low-frequency sound. And one of the things she says is it's not just the sound you can hear, that impacts you, it's the sound you can't hear that's impacting you. She says hearing loss is the least of your worries. What your body does is builds fibrocellular structures around your veins and your capillaries to protect itself from the onslaught of the vibration and the acoustical sound. So your body is constantly working to protect itself from this constant noise. It's sound vibrations that are attacking the body. One of the things she says is that for people who live in a situation like this, that your body is supposed to rest at night and restore your cells. And when it can't rest, when it's constantly working to protect itself from this constant noise, sound, I keep saying noise, she corrects people on her video to say, it's not noise. Noise is what you hear. Sound is what you can feel. Your body is constantly working to protect itself from that, and so you are never at rest. You need to leave that environment. I think one of the speakers mentioned that they do leave and go to an Airbnb so that they can rest. So this is a real thing. This isn't something these people are imagining. She talks about, we think that if we can't see it, it doesn't exist. Well, we know that there's viruses and other things that, gamma rays and X-rays and things that we can't see, but we know those impact our body and our health. So this is a real thing. It's got a vibroacoustical disease. It's been studied, it's been documented. This isn't something people are imagining. So, as I mentioned in the beginning, I've learned a lot over the last year. I had no idea that there was an entire scientific body of work around this issue. There's much more to the video, and I hope that if you will attach it somehow to the agenda or the minutes, and you can go out and watch the entire 54 minutes of her seminar. It's amazing. I've heard people state that they are concerned about using taxpayer money for the people in Mitchell Bend, Brazos River Acres, Weems Estates, Contrary Creek, and the Wolf Hollow area. This does impact the entire county, and here are my 4 points why. The state, national, and international news is impacting the reputation of Granbury. All of the media reports state Granbury. They don't say an unincorporated part of Hood County. There are more media reports than I can count on both hands, and you heard people read them and recite them. And there's more coming. Lou Holtz has contacted the residents from NBC. He wants to do a piece on it. Times London interviewed me last week. The more bad news that's blasted across the media universe, the less we will be known as the best historic small town in the U.S. As property values decline, the taxable values will decline, meaning either reduced services or increased taxes. This will impact the entire county. Our county attorney just lost a case, in part because the defense stated that the sound readings were not done by a sound expert. Do we not support our county attorney? This will provide him with data that he can use in a case in the future. Representative Slauson also stated that she could use the sound study to take with her to legislature to help get this legislation across the finish line. So with that, if there's any other comments or not?
I hear motion.
I'm still struggling with this deal. I really honestly am. I had every intention of walking into this room and holding up a $100 bill out of my wallet and saying, I'll be the first one to donate to this project to get this thing done. And I still will if anybody will come up with another $6,400 that we can put take over to the, to the Treasury, the county can still commission the study, just have voluntary paying for it. If there's something going on, if there's some kind of a bacteria or an amoeba or something like that in the lake, we run out and pay for whatever we need to do to get that checked. I know if there's a leak over here, we'll pay to get that checked to see if it's septic or if it's got chlorine in it, if it's a public water source. So my question becomes, is this a public safety issue? God, I'm struggling with this, folks. I really am. But
I'm going to make the motion to declare HGC Engineering Noise, Vibration, and Acoustical Consulting Services to be the most qualified firm and hire HGC Engineering to conduct a sound study regarding the cryptocurrency data center in Hood County, not to exceed $6,500 from the general admin, general contingency budget.
I hear second.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to hire HGC Engineering, Noise, Vibration, Acoustical Consulting Service to conduct a sound study regarding the cryptocurrency data center in Hood County, expense not to exceed $6,500 from General Administration General Contingency Budget, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Real quick, I'm sorry.
No, you've already spoken.
Okay.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Nay. How did you vote?
I said
Nay?
aye.
Voted aye.
Motion carries fails.
No, carries.
Yeah, you voted yea? Okay. 3-2. Okay, item number 7, discuss and take appropriate action to put a hold on payments to vendor Tyler to prevent issuing additional payments until a full reconciliation of the credits currently owed to Hood County, estimated to be over $107,000, is completed, and Hood County and Tyler agree upon a plan to return the funds to Hood County.
Thank you, Judge. So this is hopefully a very temporary thing to put. This is just to stop, I guess, muddying the waters, create a stopping point so that as we go through the negotiations, the number doesn't continue to change. Tyler, as you may recall, a few months ago, there was an agenda item to terminate our contract with Tyler for the timekeeping. It's called ExecuTime. Our treasurer had worked for over 2 years to try to implement that software unsuccessfully, and we had paid for hardware, software, and services over 2 years in the amount of around $107,000. Additionally, as we were working through that, Tyler reached out to our auditor and said, well, what about all these other credits that we owe you? And so she's been digging into that, and that amounts to somewhere around $45,000. So somewhere around $150,000 that's owed to the county. So this isn't to be draconian or cause issues. It's just to say, while we are working through this together, let's not continue to muddy the water. Well, now the number's not, well, now you paid this amount, so now we owe you this. Well, now let's just put a stopping point on it so that the number doesn't continue to change and we can work through this and get to a reasonable result for both parties.
Got something. Ms. Matlock, isn't it true that there is a meeting scheduled for this Thursday at 3 o'clock among you, Mr. Mills, and the Tyler people to try to work out some agreeable solution to this?
Yes, I think I may have scheduled that meeting. So yes, this is the ongoing effort.
Talking now, please. I've got the floor.
Okay. Excuse me.
This deal about offsets is a very complicated area of the law, is it not, Mr. Mills? When you have a contract that has a lot of different parts, where Tyler is furnishing different services to the county, and this one deal executive is not working on here, it's just not as simple as a dollar-for-dollar offset. That is a complex deal that if you go into litigation is really hard. Isn't it better always to try to sit down and see if you can come to some sort of agreement? And as I say it right now, there's nothing owing Tyler at this particular point, is there? Is there any money owing to Tyler today and before Thursday?
No, but we have ongoing.
Sure, we got an ongoing relationship
Right.
with them. Wouldn't it be better to go into this meeting on Thursday without having some sort of mandate from the Commissioners Court saying, quote, we're putting a hold on any other payments to you, and of course, no payments are due to you, but let's go ahead and sit down here and try to work something out. That is not how it really works in the legal world. I'm just saying, isn't it better to table this to see what happens on Thursday at 3 o'clock? Have y'all talked about this and isolated this down? Everybody knows what the issue is. Am I right?
Well, I mean, they've agreed in previous talks that their software wasn't working the way we wanted and other
Right.
counties wanted. I mean, I think the sticking point of the question is the 107,000 figure. And in fact, when we had the last Zoom call, we cut it short kind of early just because we had sent them some data from Stephanie and others that I don't know that they'd looked at, and they were going to go over that with her. And so they said, let's just pause and reconvene and have another meeting here in a couple of weeks. So that's where we cut it short last time. So I don't know if the 107 is going to be the magic number or some other number would be the magic number ultimately.
Well, wouldn't it be better, I make a motion that we table this until after the Thursday at 3 o'clock meeting. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Got a second. Motion to table, item number, what is it, number 7? Until after the 3 o'clock meeting this coming Thursday to see if they can work out an agreement. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I got a comment.
Go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
Well, I just say I'm the one that's been working on this since, I'm the one that's had the 2 conference calls with Tyler and our auditor and our county attorney and IT. And, one of the issues is the number is changing because we have additional credits that they owe us as far back as 2022. So why do they owe us credits from 2022? So as I said, this isn't to be draconian. This is just to put a line to say, let's not keep changing the number. Let's work from, so we don't want to keep moving the goalpost or whatever analogy you want to call it. This is just to say, so that we can firmly agree on this is the number and negotiate from there so that we don't say, oh, well, we paid you an additional $3,750 last week, so now it's different. Let's just put a stop on it so that we can start the negotiations at a number that we can all agree on and not keep changing it. This isn't to be draconian at all. This is just to make it a little bit easier to have the discussions in the negotiations.
Well, and I know our learned judge has been in lots of negotiations, but so have I. And we are the buyer and they are the seller. And I don't see what problem we've got by putting our foot down after 2 years. They still have credits back, going back 2 years to say, let's get this fixed. Let's quit playing around. And I have to agree with Commissioner Samuelson on this. Let's just put our foot down. That's not going to change anything that's going to happen on Thursday. It may help the negotiation, actually. unless we, if we keep rolling over like little puppy dogs every time, that was, of course, don't even get me started on Tyler. Tyler has been an issue of controversy in this county for the last 3.5 years, and it still is. So I think it's time that we we firm it up a little bit.
Well, and I agree that it has been an issue, but I think it makes sense to get through this deal on Thursday and see where we are on the backside of that. I'm 100% in favor of doing this next court if it comes to that after Thursday's discussion. That's where I am.
We have a motion to table by the judge, second by Commissioner Wilson. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carries. Did you vote yea? So the motion is tabled. Item number 7 is tabled. Okay, item number 8, receive fire weather update and consider if a 90-day Bern County ban is done. And we want to thank Jeff here. Every time he puts a fire ban, did you ever notice it rains right away?
Hey, I sponsored this item. Can I get some credit for that too?
So tell me what the KDI index is today.
Well, I will tell you, since I put this item on the agenda, it has rained almost 2 inches. As of this morning, I've got a KBD update since court started, so I've got data that's not even on the sheets I gave you earlier. Our now minimum is 15. Our maximum is 492, which brings our average to 284. We dropped 101 points yesterday alone. So my whole thing is I'm about to go on vacation out of town, and I didn't want it to come up to where we needed to put a burn ban while I'm 1,000 miles away. So I figured I'd put this on here so we could have this discussion today, but at this point in time, I'm not recommending a burn ban.
Okay. Well, wherever you're going, you have a phone and you can tell me what the KDI index is, right?
So I'm going to a mountain in Colorado, and the goal is to get far enough that cell phones don't work.
Okay.
You can look it up.
How to get the KDI index. If it gets up, we can issue an emergency ban.
Yes, sir. My admin monitors that daily, and I do have a deputy that is going to be here.
That's right. So we'll get Mike to tell us, keep us informed.
Well, Mike's going to be on an Alaskan cruise. You're actually going to have John Hurley here as a deputy next week.
Okay. All right.
What was that final number?
The final average is 284.
You can look it up on the
The fire ban
internet.
deal is what? What is the fire ban?
Usually we start having this discussion at 500 to 550. At 550 is when I'm in the office asking to do a burn ban.
Yeah. Okay.
But thank you for the rain.
Certainly. Glad I could help.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, item number 9, discuss and take appropriate action to approve hiring a 911 operator with 2 years of experience at a CO 1-2, $46,259 annual salary. Sean, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to hire another dispatcher to start August 5th, and I'd like to bring her in a CO 1-2.
She's got the 2 years experience?
Yes, sir.
I know we need her.
Yeah, we're bringing her from Stephenville.
Okay, good. We're stealing her from Stephenville. Good. Do I hear a motion?
It's my personality.
Yeah.
Move that we approve the hiring of a 911 operator with 2 years' experience at a CO 1-2 at $46,259 annual salary.
Second.
Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to hire a 911 operator with 2 years' experience at a CO 1-2, $46,259 annual salary, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good deal, thank you. Okay, number 10, discuss and take appropriate action to approve Devine Brown's out-of-state travel to Orlando, Florida for the 2024 National School Safety Conference featuring the DARE International Training Conference. Chief Deputy Steve Smith. Yes, sir.
Judge Commissioners, this is training that is required by DARE for someone to keep their commission. Deputy Brown teaches DARE in Lipan and Tolar Independent School District. She has been doing it for years. They are required to attend this conference. This is the only conference in the United States. That's why we're requesting that she be able to go to it in Florida and able to keep her license to do that. It would be coming out of the DARE budget. I forget the line item, what it was. I believe Ms. Dolander sent that to
Yeah.
Ms. Samuelson yesterday. It is for $1,700 and something, which is going to include her motel, her per diem, and the cost of the conference. She is paying for her own travel to and from Florida.
Well, we get a lot of grants because of that, don't we?
We do get some DARE grants, yes.
Right, that's what I mean. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve Design Brown's out-of-state travel to Orlando, Florida for the 2024 National School Safety Conference featuring the DARE International Training Conference.
A motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to approve Devine Brown's out-of-state travel to Orlando for the 2024 National School Safety Conference featuring the DARE International Training Conference, second by
Me.
Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 11, discuss and take appropriate action to approve promoting a detention officer, JLR-SP 46,000 to Sergeant Step 1, 54,000, effective Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. Eric Tuberville, who just passed, we just had the sheriff's 16th jail commission passing, right?
Going good.
God, great. Great job, Eric, by the way.
Well, we had an opening for a sergeant. It's been open for quite a while we evaluated the staff and allowed those to interview for the position. And we found the best candidate in our opinion, and we want to get him in there so he can hit the ground running on leading his shift as a sergeant.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is just cascading again, because you had the lieutenant leave, and then
Yes.
you're backfilling, and now you're filling that sergeant position, so.
Yes, and I believe that just for money's sake, that sergeant was a Sergeant 2, which was very high up there on the scale, and he'll be coming in at a 1, so there's quite a lot of savings on the money side, if that matters, so.
Yeah, you did interview, best I remember from the data, 3 internal, people before you made the decision, correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's what I thought. Okay,
Yeah, it may have been 4, but yes, and we all decided on this
We
one.
approve promoting a detention officer, JLR-SP 46,000 to Sergeant Step 1 at 54,000, effective Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024.
Second.
Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to approve promoting a detention officer, JLR-SP 46,000 to Sergeant Step 1, 54,000, effective Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Perfect.
By the way, good. Congratulations on that.
It's all those guys
undertaking.
over there. I appreciate y'all.
Okay. All right. Number 12, discuss and take appropriate action to direct purchasing by RFP or other method to solicit and recommend an outside IT consulting firm to conduct an audit/assessment of Hood County's IT infrastructure, security, both physical and cyber, and process and practices to ensure that the network performance, security, baselines, incident responses, and employee procedures are in line with generally accepted operating procedures for an IT department. Okay.
So, this is last Commissioners Court, we had an item about some sort of time sheet process, which one of our speakers today has pointed out that, one of the things that I am interested in is how much time are we spending messing around with Tyler. There's certain things that's going on that we don't keep adequate records of. We've been given some time tickets, actually, since the last meeting. And there's still, I'm just looking for a baseline. And the state jail commission comes in here randomly, sometimes once a year, sometimes 18 months, and they come in here and they inspect the jail, they inspect records to make sure everything that the jail is doing is up to jail standards. Lawyers have to take so many hours to keep their licenses up, to stay up with standards. There's generally accepted accounting principles for accountants. There's generally accepted standards and procedures for government accounting. I could go on, but for me, for this commissioner, I don't have a good handle on what a benchmark is for IT. And so apparently at this juncture, the timesheets idea is not being very well received. So this basically is an agenda item is about having a third-party auditor, just like we have come in here every year for the county to audit our books, to come in and take a look, and I think it would be for the IT department's benefit to look at what is going on in the IT department, practices and procedures, protocols, to ensure that everything we're doing is up to generally accepted IT standards. If that's, I'm assuming that that's what's going to happen, but there could be valuable information that the department head, Mr. Drew Whitaker, could have if there's any improvement needed that would give him some ability to make said improvements. So this is no diss or anything else about the department. I can take road operations and go look at how many miles that road ops does and how much material they buy and what they do and get a pretty good idea of what's going on over there. With IT, I don't have that luxury. Now, if everybody else does, that you can enlighten me, but it seems to me like that just checking out that our IT department is run according to the best standards and procedures would be a no-brainer since we represent the taxpayers.
Well, I have something. This is basically the same thing that Commissioner Eagle brought up at the last Commissioners Court, requiring IT to do timesheets. And they already had an IT form that was given on a weekly basis or bi-weekly, I forgot now, that they can submit to show what they have done. And like I said at the last Commissioners Court meeting, and I'll say at this Commissioners Court meeting, the best test was what this IT department did 2.5 years ago when there was an attempted hack on our IT system. We had Homeland Security, the FBI, and everybody else out here at Hood County when our IT department was able to detect the attempted ransomware, stopped everything, called the right people. The FBI, Homeland Security, DPS were here on this because there was it was a very threatened deal. Our IT department prevented that from happening. They did not get any information from Hood County, and Hood County was not down 1 minute, and Hood County didn't pay any type of ransom, as opposed to what happened in Granbury, the city, and what happened in Parker County. So the proof is in the pudding. But when I saw this, I called up both Drew and Glenn Tillman. I says, where are we going to find somebody that's willing to get an outside consulting firm to conduct an assessment of Hood County's IT infrastructure, their security, both physical and cyber, and process that? Do you understand, those of you out here that deal in this, what is the potential liability if you did an assessment of the cybersecurity of Hood County's IT department and that it subsequently got hacked? Do you know who we're suing? The first person that's on the deal to recover our money is that IT cybersecurity company that was supposed to assess any kind of weaknesses into the IT department. I think that the cost would be astronomical because of the liability exposure. But I asked Glenn, I said, please check and see if there's anybody out there that's willing to do something like that. And I said the same thing for Drew Whitaker. I said, see if there's anybody out there that's willing to do that and find out what is the cost for that. Because I believe that the cost, because of the liability exposure, is astronomical. That's what I said. So I asked Glenn and Drew both, did you find anybody that would agree to assess the physical and cyber security, and what would they cost? And have y'all found anybody?
No,
Drew?
not yet, no, sir.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that I don't know what the deal is, but I don't get any complaints about our IT department. Parker County has an IT person in each one of their individual departments. Plus, they have a staff of 4 or 5 IT people. And they got and they got hacked, and they were down for months and months and paid millions of dollars. Same thing with Granbury. I like our people. I want them doing what they have been doing ever since I've been here, is taking care of this county and assessing any kind of threats. That's the real proof from the pudding, is if you get hacked and you're able to prevent it. So I'm opposed to this. And
do you, if I understand correctly, you have to do a state and federal CSIJ, audit every 2 years? Is that?
Yes, sir, that is, and so that's what I was going to touch on. Because it almost sounds like, or it makes it sound like we are not audited at all, which is very untrue. We are audited by CJIS every other year, which is from this federal and state level to make sure that we are following best practices.
Best practices for what? What is CJIS?
Criminal Justice Information System.
And that relates to the Sheriff's Department, correct?
Not necessarily.
It's not an in-depth review of our IT department.
It is, actually. And I say not necessarily because it extends far beyond the sheriff's office. Again, county clerk, district clerk, the judges, JPs, constables, they all deal with CJIS. It's not just the sheriff's department.
What are they reviewing?
Everything. Policies, procedures, network information, how everything's configured, everything.
So have you shared that with the court?
I am underneath the sheriff's ROI, so I do not get the report. It would go to the sheriff or the sheriff's office.
So have you seen the results?
Yes, and we passed our last one. We are supposed to have one this year, so we are waiting right now, but we are lined up to have one this year.
So without knowing what, okay, so I know the judges, and Commissioner Eagle, their background is in law, and you know this. My background is 30 years in IT. I spent 6 years in IT audit, so this is my wheelhouse. I know about this. There's really no reason not to do this. In fact, it's really a deficiency to not do it. The IT department is $3.1 million. It's 8% of our budget, and we would be derelict to not look into, do we have the right procedures in place? I mean, just look at CrowdStrike. You're talking about 2.5 years ago that the potential attack happened. CrowdStrike, they are an IT company. That's what they specialize in. And they still had a lack of procedures that caused them to have worldwide outages. So that is, maybe some of you were impacted by it. People were stuck in airports. People couldn't get into their computers for hours. So that was due to an error in a patch. There are companies that specialize in this. CJIS without seeing the scope of work for the CGIS audit, I can't verify that that would cover all of the things that Commissioner Eagle has put in his agenda item. It may be very focused on some particular items. It may be a general audit. It may not be a specific audit for the things that Commissioner Eagle has put in. I don't see any reason to not ask for an RFP and see what the price tag is. I don't think it's going to be astronomical. There's companies that do this every day. When I was the director of IT audit for a Fortune 500 company, we hired external contractors to help us with our IT audits. And so I know there's companies out here that do this. So I don't see, this is, every department gets audited. The county as a whole gets audited. I can go back and research them, yes. I've been retired for 5 years, so. Or actually longer than 5 years, so I have not worked at the.
Was this to conduct an assessment of the infrastructure security and cybersecurity? You remember when we had the election up here and we were trying to get some voting machines up here, and they were going to come down and they were asking us to allow AT&T, I believe, to come down here and open up our system to let AT&T conduct an investigation and to install this new equipment. Do you remember that, Commissioner Eagle?
I do.
And I think you and I were the first ones that says, well, who's going to be watching AT&T? Do we want somebody else coming up here and accessing all of our information up here? So every time you bring in somebody else coming up here, that's another exposure that you had. We haven't had anything, let me knock on some wood, other than the one instance that our IT department was Johnny on the spot and stopped it immediately without anything. So
well, let me respond to that, please. First of all, security, physical, and cyber is one component of that long paragraph, and we're somehow getting focused on that, and we're forgetting the processes and practices to ensure network performance, security baselines, incident responses, employee procedures are in line with generally accepted operating procedures for an IT department. If the security and the physical cyber, that component of this agenda item is something that's giving heartburn, then we don't have to go, we can leave that part out, because it's going to, a third-party audit's going to ferret out these issues, and we can have recommendations that you need to check this or you don't need to check this. But I agree with Commissioner Samuelson. This is, out in the real world, this happens all the time. Mr. Ferris has been out there nodding his head. There are firms out there that do this. I know there are. And I don't understand, or I don't see the problem with putting out with having our purchasing department at least look. If the cost is astronomical, as the judge has opined that it is, then we move on. You know, we do something different or we don't do anything. But this putting our head in the sand and acting like we don't need to do anything, to me, is not the solution either.
It actually gives the impression that we're afraid to look. And I don't think that's the impression that we want to give. I think we want to know. We want to. This is just common practice. Every company does this. Probably lots of other government entities do this on an ongoing basis. So, and so as I was saying, every department gets audited. The county as a whole.
He is audited.
The county as a whole gets audited once a year. I see no reason, and actually it's a glaring deficiency to ignore an audit of one of the most critical departments in our county. As I said, they are $3.1 million, 8% of the budget. Why would we not want to know that if there are improvements? I mean, many of the things that come back when you get an audit are, hey, you can do this. Oh, I didn't think about that. Thanks. That's, you get an outsider who does this every day to look in to see to give you recommendations on ways that might not cost anything on how you can improve your practices, your procedures. And just to go back to the monthly report, based on those monthly reports, the ticket system, it doesn't account for all the work that was done. We thought it would, but it doesn't. If we were to use those tickets, it would amount to, which I know Drew and his staff have changed their procedures based on the request to use the ticketing system as a time reporting system. That would have meant that every employee in his staff only worked on one ticket a day in the whole month of June, and I don't think that's what happened. So the data in the ticket system was not able to be comprehensive of all the work that they do, because they do a lot more than what they were recording in their ticket system. So I just think this is just a best practice, and if we are going to put I'm using Commissioner Eagle's analogy. If we're going to put our heads in the sand and say, or put our blinders on and say, we don't want to know, as fast as IT grows and moves and changes, we don't want to know that there's anything better that we could be doing to protect one of the most important assets that we have in the county. That's just not the way I would want to protect the taxpayers' investment in the county.
So I have no problem with an audit. I have never had a problem with an audit. To me, it is another audit. What I don't understand, and I guess this is a me thing, is if we were going to do an audit, I would think that you would include myself in saying, hey, I think we should have an audit, instead of completely blindsiding this and throwing it on the agenda without even bringing it up to me. So that is, again, my burn. I have no problem with an audit. We're audited all the time. If you want an audit, that's fine. Now, do I think that we need an audit? No. Could the money be probably used elsewhere? Yes. But again, that is just my opinion. But if ultimately, at the end of the day, I will do what the court wants to. But again, if you want to have an audit, I would think that you would bring that up in conversation before just throwing it on the agenda without even including us about it. That's my 2 cents.
Well, the deal is, as I understand it, to direct IT or purchasing to find out what it would cost, basically, to do this type of audit or assessment. Am I right? He haven't done anything yet, is that right?
All it says.
Is there a component with the sieges? Is there an additional layer of permissions or something that would need to be addressed? I mean, is there stuff that you can't just let anybody look at going on there with the CGIS requirements and stuff like that? Is that an additional component of this that needs to be figured into the?
That would be in the RFP, probably.
So with CGIS data, you would have to be fingerprinted and authorized to view it. Now, I'm not sure if the court is actually fingerprinted and gone through a background check from the FBI. I don't know, but we are. And again, all these departments that do use CGIS data, they are. So again, it's just like the reports. I couldn't tell you what those reports say. I just know we passed and we're good because they're not saying, hey, you failed and these are the reasons why you failed and we need to fix it. To be honest, I don't even know if you could view the reports because it is CGIS. So I couldn't tell you any of that. You would have to ask the sheriff's office. But whoever we hire, they would have to be background checked.
I'll bet you there's some firms out there that know all about that.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Not so.
No, that was just me saying that might be an additional point that would need to be figured in.
Okay, we do have some speakers on this. Richard Halves is the first speaker. Be quick, Richard.
It's time to say good afternoon.
It is afternoon.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yes, I'll try to be brief, although I'm feeling verbose today. I worked in IT for 40 years, a fair amount of it for a Fortune 100 company, and a fair amount of it in IT operations and data center operations. And we were audited all the time. We had the internal audit department who was there at least annually for a full IT audit. Plus, whenever they do functional audits, say accounting or manufacturing or whoever, they always had some IT questions. And we would take those auditors, and Commissioner Samuelson is surprised. I loved when they came calling, because they wanted the same thing that I did. They're the same thing that Mr. Whitaker wants, the same thing all of us wants, a solid IT organization. When I worked in operations, we said there were 3 imperatives. Those were hardware breaks, software has bugs, people make mistakes. And we designed our processors taking those 3 truths into mind. And one of the ways we kept from having cyber break-ins was having external eyes looking over our shoulder. We had not only the internal audit, but Ernst & Young was the external auditors. They come around every year or two and do an in-depth audit. And they'd ask the same questions, and they'd want to see the same documents and the same procedures and the same logs to make sure we were following best practices and had things buttoned up. In addition, annually or after major changes, we'd hire PricewaterhouseCoopers to do what's called a penetration test. And they try to break into our network. And I'm sorry to say they were more often than not successful in finding something that somebody forgot to do. Didn't matter what best people we had do it. IT is a complex environment. It's very easy to forget to change that default password or to close that port somewhere, and people just make mistakes. So we would have this outside firm come in, and as I recall, it's about $40,000 for a penetration test to see if we'd made mistakes. And we'd take their report and we'd fix it. We didn't shoot anybody because that wasn't the goal. The goal was to keep the bad people out. I understand there's an audit done, and that's good. The court, if you want to do additional audits or you want to see an audit, that's certainly within your purview, and I think it's a best practice to make sure that happens from time to time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, David Ferris.
Please state your name. David Ferris. Okay. I think you know who I am. All right. First of all, I will say that, yeah, I still remember the name of the FBI agent who did my U.S. secret security clearance review. All right. That was a few years ago. Could you pop up the thing again, the meeting?
Agenda item?
The agenda item. When I'm looking at this, I really saw 2 things. I'll do it pretty much by memory, but the physical, cyber, IT infrastructure, and the physical network performance, all of that kind of stuff, I got to break that down into 2 pieces, okay? One is, yeah, you should have an audit of your network procedures, weaknesses, vulnerabilities, things of that nature, and an outside audit. I never got told when an outside company was coming in to audit me. In my last 12 years, I retired 2 years ago at a Fortune 100 company, was in cybersecurity. I built the big systems, okay? The last system was 100 servers, and I had to handle 10 terabytes a day. Your whole Tyler project, all history was 10 terabytes total, and mine had to be live in real time. I'm not going to be qualified to audit a network. I don't like that, but I build the systems. I build the software. Where I see the big hole for Hood County, and I've spoken about it many times, is in processes, practices, you can include incident response, etc. You don't have any IT management. IT, those are network guys. They're good at it. They probably won't make too many mistakes. Apparently they didn't, and that's great. But I would also say, even if I were at my company, I won't say the name, you probably got lucky, okay? Because hackers are very persistent. That's great. You never want to turn down a chance to figure out where you're missing. What you're missing are the processes and procedures around managing large projects like Tyler. That's where you're going. That's where you've gotten killed. That project should never have taken more than 3 months. If you'd have had, and anything about the contracts, et cetera, is because you didn't have proper identification of the tasks, responsibilities, the shareholders, the requirements, the amount of effort it's going to take for each and every task, who's going to do it. You didn't have that in the contract. You didn't know about it. That's where your hole is. You need, in my opinion, audits. Network, great. Should be done. Yes. Did them all the time. Worked with outside consultants who went through a background process. And your IT department, $3 million? The last year I was at my company, spent over $1 billion on IT. It's not an IT company. And we still had outside audits all the time. And we had outside audits on our processes, procedures, MIS management. Yes, should be done, okay? And there are people that will do it. They may have to come from Dallas. There's a little travel time that may be involved. So I just wanted to say that. And again, my offer is open to spend a couple of hours to give you an overview of that huge black hole and why it's important. And it's not IT. It's a different methodology. It's a different tax. So IT can't do it.
Since 3 minutes up, Ms. Christine.
The clock's missing.
Well, probably.
So that
Thank
that
you.
was your,
Thank you, Mr. Ferris.
that was your strategy.
Dr.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, IT department seems to be one of the best operating branches of the county. And now we're asking, let's figure out, spend money to find out why they're doing so well. I guess we have excess money in our discretionary fund, and we want to flush that down the toilet, potentially to do this study. Or we could just flush this proposal down the toilet. Certainly one can get a price, purchasing could find out what a price to do that would be without this resolution. That would seem to be the thing to do first if you want to do it and see if it's outrageously expensive, rather than proceeding with this resolution. I suggest we flush this resolution or this item down the toilet. Thank you.
Tina Brown.
Thank you again. Some of my questions were, why do we need this? Dave Eagle went way over all the reasons that he thinks we need it. I'm happy to hear that Drew has said he has no problem with this. I don't, but the problem seemed to be communication. He has audited many times, he said, and never had a problem. I'm not sure, have this county ever audited a specific department all on its own before? Is this setting precedents that we will start auditing every department one at a time? Whoever, you know, y'all decide to pick which department you want to audit this month, is that going to be a thing? Who's going to be next? I mean, there's lots of vital departments in this county who handle vital information. Do we know that they're all doing their job, have procedures and all these things that Dave Eagle wants for the IT department? I'm just confused. I'm not sure that this is needed since he has passed many audits and y'all can see that, so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, can I speak?
Yes.
I'd like to speak about the seat just for a moment.
So my staff was recently contacted by April Rodriguez over at the Sheriff's Office to do fingerprinting for CJIS. So I see CJIS compliance as a separate and apart from doing an IT audit on their operations and things like that. CJIS, as stated, is the Criminal Justice Information System. The reason that we have to be fingerprinted and background checked is because we have access to the criminal records of anyone who has been arrested, who has, their dispositions, everything like this. This is very sensitive information. And so we go through that fingerprinting process and background check, and then the audit is to make sure that if we print off any of that information out of the system, that we are disposing of that in a proper way. That's not information that should go into a regular trash can. And so they want to come through and make sure that we've been background checked, that because we do have access to this information, and not just for the county, CJIS is statewide. So you can look up the criminal record of anybody. And so that compliance to me, that's a specific area. I don't see that as being tied to an audit for the IT department to determine the efficiencies of their systems and everything that's going on. I would also like to add that we're kind of looking at this audit in a negative way, thinking that it may come back with unfavorable information, and that may be the case. It also may come back and say, you know what? You guys are really excelling at this. So I think we need to keep that in mind, that audits aren't necessarily a bad thing. They are something that we can learn from, we can change procedures, we can always look to improve procedures and things like that in that regard. So,
thank you. Okay.
Really,
Do I hear a motion?
That does help with my question to Drew on what the scope was of the CJIS audits, because I don't see that. Thank you for your explanation. I think that's separate and apart from what this is. So there's a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion in just a second.
I'm just going to say, so what the department see or go through for CJIS is completely different than what we have to go through. Because yes, I completely agree with the county clerk. They get fingerprinted so they can, just so that they can see the data and all that other stuff. But we are the ones that have to map out the network or configure the network a certain way, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and show that to the FBI so that they know that they can trust us with this data. Because ultimately, we have to comply with the state and the federal level, so we have access to that information.
So I'm going to make a motion that to direct purchasing by RFP or other method to solicit and recommend an outside consulting firm to conduct an audit assessment of Hood County's IT infrastructure, security, both physical and cyber if needed, and processes and practices to ensure that network performance, security baseline, incident responses, and employee procedures are in line with generally accepted operating procedures for an IT department.
A motion has been made by Commissioner Eagle to direct the purchasing by RFP or other method to solicit and recommend an outside IT consulting firm to conduct an audit/assessment of Hood County's IT infrastructure, security, parentheses, both physical and cyber, and processes and practices to ensure that network performance, security baselines, incident responses, and employees' procedures are in line with generally accepted procedures for an IT department.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I want to add, the RFP should, in fact, I will say must, include the fact that the auditors have to be cleared to be able to deal with the level of CJIS. Because having come out of a dark world and the defense world, that is a must. You don't have just an auditor that's not cleared looking into your basket where they've got access to what we've got access to.
You want to add that to
Is
your
that
motion?
a friendly amendment?
If you want to add it to your amendment, yeah, because otherwise it's a no vote. I'll be real blunt.
Yeah, well, we'll just call it a friendly amendment if the body doesn't
It
object.
has to be, that has to be, in my opinion.
So could you,
With
you get-
Seegent's clearance, I guess.
did you
is-
get that?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Consulting firm must have CJIS clearance, okay, to add that to it. All right. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Nay. Okay, the motion carries 4-1. Okay, item number 13, discuss and take appropriate action to approve the appointment of the election judges and polling locations for a one-year term. Ms. Stephanie Cooper. Good morning, Ms. Cooper.
Hello. All right, my first item is going to be pretty simple. We do this every year to reappoint or appoint new election judges for the next
Okay.
year.
We all have that? Any questions? Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the appointment of the election judges and the polling locations for a one-year term.
Second.
Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to approve the appointment of the election judges and polling locations for a one-year term, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Next, discuss and take appropriate action to approve an upgrade of the election equipment software version from 2.5 to 2.7. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this was something that I was going to try to hold off and do next year, but there's some improvements that come with 2.7 that would help us for this November election coming up. A couple of them are helping improve the scanning of the ballots. When you go and you scan your ballot, it takes a little bit for that little flag to pop up, for it to be dropped in the bucket and counted. This is supposed to help with the speed of that. It streamlines the election programming process, so I don't outsource the programming to the vendor, I do it in-house. It kind of sets things up for me so it's a little bit easier to get the election programmed. It supports larger ballots, so in the recent elections, we've had pretty large ballots, so in the future, if it continuously grows the way it has, we'll be able to upgrade or make the size of the ballot bigger. So those are just a few of the improvements they've created, but it will help us before this November election.
Okay, the agenda item says, software version from 2.5 to 2.7. On the quote, there's no reference to that. All it says is version upgrade with PM, verified voting device.
I can reach out to our vendor and see if they can give us an updated quote that specifies 2.5 to 2.7, but that is what I'm intending to do. And we actually got a letter from the state saying that they've approved us to be upgraded as well. And they actually went through testing in 2023 and got certified by the state for this version back then.
And the 17,325 is, where's that, what account is that coming out of?
The HAVA funds that we have.
Okay.
Answered my question.
Any other questions? Do I hear a motion?
I had that same question, and this, I know there was a lot of media attention to ballots being able to be identified as to the person who submitted the ballot. This software upgrade.
We don't have that problem in Hood County. That has nothing to do with what software we use. We don't use any of the software that has been mentioned in the media about that, but this.
Okay, I just wanted to, if anybody was fearful of that, because anytime there's a software upgrade on election equipment, I just wanted you to be able to state that publicly, that our software does not have that problem, so this upgrade won't impact that at all.
Right, and we didn't have it with the 2.5, and we won't have it with 2.7.
Thank you. So I'll make the motion to approve an upgrade of the election equipment software version 2.5 to 2.7, totaling $17,325 from the HAVA fund.
Second.
Yeah, motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to to approve an upgrade of the election equipment software version from 2.5 to 2.7 an amount of $1,735?
$17,325.
$17,325.
That's what I thought.
Did I say it wrong?
Okay, out of what fund?
The HAVA fund.
Okay. Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Cooper.
Is it break time?
Yes, we will. We'll take a break. 5 minutes strictly.
Just 5
We
minutes.
got to get out of here. It's 12:35. It's 22 minutes till 1. We're back on the record, and let's see where we are here. Item number 15, certify revenue from the state and GL account 04-3400-4507 for $27,960, and adopt a special budget for the limited purpose of spending revenue as an expense in GL account 074-4341-48400 for $27,960. Ms. Matlock, you want to explain that to us?
You want me to? Okay. So we've been looking at this together, and the good news is there's several lots of trials going on. As we know, we're trying to get through both the judges and the DA and the county attorney are working really hard to get the cases through, which is impacting the jury fund. And there's actually 3 accounts within that Fund 74 that needed to be shored up. So I was talking with Ms. Matlock, and the $27,960 she would like to be split between not, are you ready? County clerk, it's 48310, the DCP combined, $9,364. 48510 Pettit District Court, $17,691, and 48720 Pettit Justice Court, $905, which totals the $27,960.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
You got it down? Christine, you got it down? Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 16, discuss and receive presentation regarding options for ordering a bond election at the August 13th Commissioners Court for the purpose of expanding and renovating the County Law Enforcement Center. Yes, sir, Mr. Simonis.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Jim Sabonis with Hilltop Securities, the county's financial advisor. I also want to indicate that Clark Kimball with your bond counsel, McCall Parkus, is here. He's a partner with Rudy Secure, your direct counsel, who had a conflict this morning. He can answer any questions and give comments really on the legal process. What we've actually prepared is a discussion about the proposed cost and impact to the county of a proposed bond election. And let me start by saying that the last rating report that we did for the county, we had a AA+, only one notch away from AAA, at the time equal to the state of Texas itself's bond rating. And we haven't issued any long-term debt, so over time, we haven't gone back to the rating agencies. But my review of your financial condition, you're stronger now than when you were a AA+, and we would expect that we would confirm with the issuance our AA rating. These would be tax-exempt bonds that would be paid back by a levy and collection of ad valorem tax. We have some bonds that are being paid right now by the levy of ad valorem tax. And I'll give some foresight into what you'll see is that we've actually did an analysis based on $50 million bond program. We can actually issue the $50 million bond program in today's current interest rate market and not have it increase in our current INS tax rate. So the election's November 5th, and what this would be, has been discussed, is for the expansion of the jail and related facilities. So we ran two scenarios here, and let me start by talking about a third scenario that's not on here, that right now we have a tax rate of 2.547 cents. And the unique thing about this is that based on our very low tax rate, what is the difference in these scenarios? And they'll be very similar. They both have a levy, the interest in sinking tax levy. They both have the same overall size. We look at funding a $50 million bond program or a series of bonds that would total $50 million. When we issue the bonds, we actually use a structuring to generate a premium to receive $50.9 million of proceeds, to spend for underwriter's discount, and to pay the cost of issuance, rating agencies, financial advisor fees, bond counsel fees, and administrative fees to do the transaction, to end up with $50 million of project funds. Again, I want to be clear, we can do it in a single issue, we can do it in multiple issues. You know, as I've indicated previously to the court, you know, my thought would be that you'd want to kind of match the timing of your issuance with the bids that you receive. And we can do this in series of processes. Right now, in today's marketplace, we'd be under 4%. If we were doing a 20-year bond, we'd be somewhere around the 3.75% rate. If we were doing a 25-year bond, we would be right under 4% at about 3.95%. And in general, there seems to be a downward trajectory in interest rates over the next few quarters. We haven't seen it, but there's been, for the Fed Reserve has started discussions and talked about that, and I would anticipate we'll see some rate changes as we go forward. Though sometimes those rate changes on the front end don't have as much impact on the overall rates, but this is kind of a very, in historical perspective, this is kind of in the midpoint where we see the rate range. At the same time, there's a tremendous amount of liquidity on the sidelines looking to buy high-quality tax-exempt bonds, and especially Texas tax-exempt bonds. You know, we've actually grown as a county, and we've gone up the rating scale in my career working with this county. And as I learned early in my career, in turbulent times, investors look for credit quality and safe haven for the bonds. And again, we're in a growing economy, very stable here in Texas, and we've had very competitive sales with a significant number of potential purchasers on our bonds. So what's the difference is that, you know, just like the home mortgage, you know, if you go 25 years or 20 years, you're going to pay more in overall interest expense, but you keep your payment down. So you can see that at a 20-year, we'd have $75.6 million of interest, principal interest, versus the 25-year, we'd be at about $82.8 million on an average. If you look at an annual average, we'd have about $3.8 million for the 20-year scenario and about $3.3 for the 25-year scenario. Now, here's the kind of the unique part about it, and you'll see that at the very top I put in your ongoing taxable assessed value growth. So I can sit here and say today that if we issued $50 million of bonds and we did a 30-year scenario, our county would never have to grow in taxable value. We could stay at 2.5%. If we actually said that going forward we thought we were going to grow at 1% per year and we wouldn't achieve the 2.2%, we would say 25-year bond issue because that we need that 2.2% growth rate to make the 20-year scenario. Now, those growth rates are really not very realistic because when you look at what your county's done, you know, over the last few years, it's been tremendous growth. But and I'm going to go back to show you one detailed scenario so you kind of see this. You know, this is actually the 20-year scenario, and try to explain this and say that second column from the left, it shows what our growth was in 2024. In 2024, we grew 17.7% from the prior year in taxable assessed value. This year, growth slowed. We grew 3.36%, but that's our preliminary taxable assessed value. It won't be certified till July 25th, just a couple days from now, but that's where we float. So what we've done on a 20-year scenario, we've said going forward, we would grow at 2.2% annual basis. And you can see then on the third column, that actually shows the overall tax value that we'd be levying. We just have a couple years left of existing debt, and the new 50-year bond program amortized over 20 years, you can see that we kind of wrapped that around our existing issue. So we have our total debt service in the middle column, and then what takes place? Well, you know, as we're growing, we have a couple things to actually mitigate the impact of that bond program. The one thing is working with Commissioner Samuelson and the auditor, we have excess sales tax to apply to, plan to apply to this, to the upcoming bond payment. In fact, be clear, I want to be very clear for you. If you see like 2025 was planned, we have excess sales tax that's already planned to be used to pay for that. And that would actually keep our tax rate at the 2.5 cents. And then what takes place right now, we have almost $700,000 in our interest in seeking reserve account. And what we would use maybe about $159,000 of that to budget for our first year's debt service. And then what we use is our project fund. I indicated to Commissioner Eagle and earlier, and I will mention this, is that the thought process is that you'd go out for bid for a project, and simultaneously with accepting a bid, you would actually issue the bonds, but you don't spend those bonds. And so what we actually anticipate here is that, just for analysis purposes, 18-month level annual draw process. And those funds would be invested at, 4.5%. So that's our estimate. I'll tell you right now, if you were investing those funds down at daily liquidity, we'd be at 5.3, some 5.4%. But again, we think rates are going down. So what happens, you have all the funds, you haven't spent them, but can you carry that cost? In general, today, you can actually carry the cost of funding. And so what you'll do is that the interest on the unused balance that hasn't been funded, we use to actually pay our bonds. And so it's an efficient way to do this issue. And so you'll see that when you take the different sources of excess cash and projected interest earnings that we're going to use, we actually have a structure that keeps us at the 2.5 cent tax rate for 20 years. And it's based on 2.2% growth. And I'm going to move to the 25-year scenario. And the only difference in the 25-year scenario is the taxable assessed value growth rate that we have here. And again, the unique aspect is that if we only grew 1%, we would not be able to maintain our current ad valorem tax rate. So in this case, we said we're going to grow at just a very minor 1%. We moved to a 25-year. And as I indicated, if we said we were doing 30 years, we wouldn't have to grow at all. We would just actually fund it. The reality is that my expectation, I'd be very disappointed because knowing about what's taking place in the communities in your county, and I think you're going to grow by far more than that. But it just wanted to illustrate to you that if we did a 20-year scenario, we would have to anticipate some growth, and if we did a 25-year, it's just a little less growth. When the reality is that I think you're going to grow much far faster than this over time, and actually, it's not just any one year, it's what you grow aggregately over time that takes place. And in fact, when you look at that 17% and the 3%, that's 20%, it almost accomplishes almost all the growth that we would need for the rest of the time frame that we have taking place here. So in summary, $50 million can be afforded by the county in spite of our tax rate going down. We have not issued debt in a number of years, and as our values are going up, we've taken our INS tax rate down, so we only have 2.5 cents. But because we have very little debt outstanding, and you're very high credit quality, we'd be able to issue that and be able to fund it without impact. So, in the election order, which Clark and Rudy would draft, we would be able to state that, I think, in that assumptions. Now, one thing I would mention is that we did these two scenarios, but that decision doesn't have to be made at the moment, and it wouldn't have to be made until you actually issue the debt. And so, it's a dynamic issue whether we do it at one time or in phases. And you'll make that decision when you have the best information, when you're ready to go forward with the debt issue. But I'm comfortable as your financial advisor saying that I anticipate, and I say this to you as the courts and state it to the citizens of this county, that a $50 million bond program can be funded without increasing the INS tax rate for the citizens. And I actually believe that our excess growth rate will allow for us to fund other programs as we need it, see fit. Growth will come. You'll have other issues you have to fund, and that growth will actually spur what will take place. So in summary, we would expect a confirmation of our very high rating, a very efficient and effective bond sale when you're ready to sell the bonds, and we can absorb it. Now, I showed the $50 million being funded early next spring. The reality is that you may not fund all $50 million, and you probably wouldn't fund it initially till you actually had your first bid for contracts in place. I did that because I think it's kind of the worst case scenario to show you funding it all up front. Can we absorb that debt issue? But being structured over phases would actually ease the absorption of that. So that concludes my comments. For my presentation, I answer any questions and provided any additional information about the financial aspects of this.
We were talking at the last break, and I'm confused a little bit. I just want to make sure I'm clear. We talked about if we got if we did a lump sum takeout. We looked at, seems like in the last few months, we looked at what we could do with extra fund balance as far as putting in an interest-bearing account. And you said something about we could put this in an interest-bearing account while we're putting this together. Would you clarify that a little bit?
Well, I think good management and good investment planning would say we would put an interest-bearing account. And I will say that have been involved in some similar-sized bond issues in the last few weeks. Right now, if you look at the money market funds that are approved by the state of Texas for counties and other municipalities to invest in, they're averaging maybe about 5.3, 5.4, depending what their investment portfolio is. That's a daily investment rate. Yet, I will also tell you that we've bid out some programs this size or a larger that had, we feel, a little shorter amortization, maybe a one-year spend down, even monthly. We just bid out a $90 million project plan that actually had 12-month spend down requirements, even monthly. And there's what's called guaranteed investment contracts firms that high credit quality firms that will secure with and give you a fixed investment rate. But uniquely, they anticipate rates going down. So those investment contracts, they guarantee you today for the next year fixed interest rates of about 4.7, 4.75 today. And so, the daily rate's higher. Those firms think the market's going to go down, but they'll give you a fixed rate. And I think that fixed rate, if we bid a portfolio today on a year or 18 months, it will be higher interest earning than the interest cost. And those programs, when you do, whether it's a structured portfolio or an investment contract, first you're going to look at safety, it's government, federal government securities. Secondly, you're going to look at liquidity, ability to match your monthly draw requirements, timing. You set a program up if you want to do monthly or twice a month draws, and it's all set up in process to kind of match what your expectation is. And usually, historically, if in my career, when you say, what's our investment spend down requirements, the longer you went, slightly higher interest rate you expect. They get it for 1 year, or they get it for 18 months. Nowadays, I think if you go like 18 months, you get a little less rate than you get at 12 months because, they're thinking the Fed's going to move down. And an example is one that we, again, as I indicated, we just bid out a $90 million program for 1 year, and that's where the bids came in for that whole program. And we used a slightly lower rate, anticipating maybe just a little bit longer spend down requirement. But the point being is that if you funded your money, because by state statute, and I'd let Clark, I don't want to overstep my qualifications here, but to let a bid, you'd have to say, we have cash or the ability to fund this through our bond proceeds. And that's why, you know, when we issue bonds, we invest the proceeds as we go forward. The important point I want to make is that I'm confident that we will be able to invest any unused balance at an interest rate equal to or greater than what our interest cost is for that fund.
But I guess what I'm still trying to get my hands around, though, is, you know, we looked into this a few months ago, and our hands were tied as far as investing in certain, you know, interest-bearing accounts, but it was a different, in other words, we can legally park these funds in an interest-bearing account here, and I don't remember what happened last time, but we couldn't do it.
Well, now, there's going to be some restrictions, and I'll have Clark correct me and expand on what I say, but there was a series of regulations that the IRS has called arbitrage rebates. The general thought is that they don't want us borrowing money to make money by borrowing money. And so when you do projects, they actually have what they call spend-down requirements. And what a spend-down requirement would say is, and I tell my clients, we be aggressive as we can be within our financial investment management policy, that hypothetically we sell bonds at 4% and we can invest at 4.5%, that the IRS has what they call spend down, and they'd say, the first quarter you have to spend 25%, or then 30 and 50% maybe by 6 months. So they actually have a schedule that says if you spend the money in this process, you can keep that difference on the positive arbitrage.
Okay.
If you issued money, you made a project. They have a different spend down requirements if land acquisition's involved, if not land acquisition involved in construction. So what happens if you don't have that? Simply put, is that you would invest at the highest rate, and the scenario I use for illustration is that invest at 4.5%, we're actually paying 4%, but we did not meet our spend down requirements. What happens then is that we get to keep 4% to offset our interest costs, but we rebate the extra interest to the it's called arbitrage rebate payment at the end of our bond project. So that takes place. And in fact, we provide a service where we track on an ongoing basis where you are based on your interest cost versus your interest earnings, so that you would actually, from a best practice GAAP accounting, you'd actually keep track of that excess earnings until you knew that you actually either met the spend down or didn't meet the spend down, so you have that available to pay the government. I believe that when we talked about the tax note and prepayment of some of our earlier bonds, and Clark, we did some prepayment of outstanding bonds, but we're non-callable. We can't invest higher than the bond yield on those scenarios. So there were some separate IRS restrictions on how we dealt with existing debt outstanding and how we paid that we are limited. And in those cases, we couldn't use some of those funds to invest. So we were kind of limited in the process. And I believe our advice at the time was not to actually set up an escrow, and legally tie the defeasance to the bond, but to keep the money in your INS account and then to pay it off at the appropriate time. That way there wasn't an arbitrage rebate where if we did a true defeasance that we wanted to say, we're going to put the money in escrow and get rid of those bonds, which some of our clients do for different reasons, we'd be limited to investing to the tax-exempt yield that we have in that bonds. So if I remember correctly, we said, let's put an administrative process in place where we know we have our investment fund over here. At the appropriate time, we'll just keep that aside and then pay it off when we're ready to pay it off. That's where I think we came up with.
And that arbitrage rebate, if it happened, would go where?
Goes to the IRS, federal government.
They got to get their taste, don't they?
Yeah.
So they got to get their taste. Yeah, I get it.
Well, and unfortunately, back going into the 80s when actually our firm was involved testifying, and not me, but before my time there, they were involved along with Clark's firm. There were some firms, Wall Street firms, that actually went to clients when there were really steep escalation in interest rates, and there's a famous case of a junior college in West Texas that was talked into borrowing a significant $20 or $30 million and doing it on a short-term basis, so they might have had interest rate at 2% when they could go invest, buy long-term government securities at 5%, making 3% interest rate. And there are some of those unfortunate and unscrupulous people in the industry said, here's a way to make a budget shortfall, borrow some money and arbitrage. Well, it worked fine until interest rate scenario changed, and you couldn't actually, you had it flattened out and you had to pay more. And some of those entities, they ended up with losses in their investment portfolio where they're paying higher cost on their short-term borrowing. So the government at that time said, listen, we want you to borrow to fund projects, and we've put these, what they would consider reasonable spend-down timeframes in place depending on the type of project you have, and you keep all the interest. If you could meet them, if you don't meet them, you can keep the interest to offset your cost, but we'll take the excess. And so one aspect that we do with a lot of clients, for instance, if you had some of our clients that have like a big portfolio of projects, we kind of think about not just when you issue debt to fund your project, but how they're going to spend it down so they can keep the arbitrage. I'll say that for the first 20 years of my career, it was very important to understand that and to take advantage of it. When interest rates were super low, investment rates over the last, prior to, the 21, you couldn't, it didn't make sense. You could never earn what you were paying. But we're back in a scenario where it's starting to become a bigger issue, and you can now earn that. And I think it's going to be foreseeable. But again, when our analysis says, and it doesn't include, it indicates that we actually, again, we have a schedule that meets the spend down requirements to allow you to keep it, and I don't think we're going to plan on having any excess arbitrage. If you have it, you have it at that time frame. I don't know, Clark, do I state or do I accurately represent?
So using this example, the 4.2% for our cost of borrowing the money, and we could invest it as, say, at 5%, that 0.8%, as long as we use that on the project during the spend down time, there wouldn't be a need to submit that back to the IRS.
Correct. What we actually, on footnote 3, we showed an 18-month spend down time frame, and within that 10 time, we have monthly draws, but we actually matched the monthly draws to the IRS cash flow requirements, so that draw schedule we have matches up what the IRS allowable is. Okay. And again, but what I would tell a client is that, to me, the goal is optimal goal is to invest it to offset your costs. That's what we want to do, really. If you get arbitrage, you get arbitrage, a little bit here and there, but we would never plan for arbitrage for a client. We strive to try to offset our costs at that time.
Was there another part to this?
That completes it. It was really the 2 points I want to mention and really focus on is that we have the capacity, and I do think 20 years is a realistic scenario. I just want to recognize that it's not a zero growth scenario. It'd be a small growth that would take place at that time. And as far as the election timing, maybe Clark, you might want to walk through the time frame that the elections can be called, and any key points you want to mention just from the election procedure itself. Let me say one more thing. I know there's a question about the language for the purpose. Refer to this, Clark. I was asked about. I think we put in very broad language, how the court can determine what the language would be to be objective, flexible versus specific.
Yeah. So as far as the...
State your name so she can...
My name is Clark Kimball with McCall, Parkerson, Horton. Yes, ma'am. Regarding let's start with the measure and proposition language first. So y'all had a question on that. As far as structuring that language between between being broad or narrow. The language that is in the measure that is voted on in the election, that will limit the total breadth, the umbrella of projects you can undertake. So the
Drew,
more-
can you put that up, please? Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, I don't know if she has that up, sorry.
Oh, okay.
I think that this is just something that Jim said that y'all had asked previously, so this is just a reminder that once this is sent around and as you move forward with this, when you go to adopt the order authorizing the election, the language in there is going to limit the projects you can do. So when you have a broad language set in there, so right now what I'm looking at says that simply, basically, constructing, improving, upgrading, equipping the county's law enforcement center, including sheriff's office and jail. So that's a very broad area of projects you can do. And then once you go to issue, you can update that. I wanted to touch on this first because that comes into the next topic I really want to address for y'all, which is election ethics. Prior to ordering the election, if y'all do move forward with ordering the election, you can discuss it. The Commissioners Court can discuss it in open meetings. You can give your thoughts on it, for, against, why you should or why you think the county should or shouldn't do this. Once the election is ordered, there are very strict election ethics requirements that come into play, where the county can no longer advocate for or against the election.
The county can't. Can we individually?
This is where you get into a sticky wicket.
Okay.
On an individual basis, yes, you, as Kevin Andrews, may state what your opinion is on it. But if that's associated with Kevin Andrews as county commissioner, then you are running afoul of the election ethics.
Better to not.
Better to
Gotcha.
not. This comes into play and is silly at some points. We've seen issues where an issuer had an election, authorized an election, and then they put out a program that said the word vote on it with a check mark in the O. And that was considered to be essentially propaganda. That was influencing the election in a positive light. School districts have gotten in trouble for saying, doing it for the kids. Other cities who are doing sidewalk projects have, in all of their materials regarding the election, put out, let's say, what the Ethics Commission found to be an overabundance of bad sidewalk pictures for their sidewalk project. It's like putting a bunch of pothole pictures on it. Yes, are those factual? True. But if you have it to such an extent that it's like, oh, we have to do this to improve, that's when it comes against you. So the ethics allow for factual representations only. So any materials that the county did want to put out, pamphlets, things like that, we would have y'all circulate through our office before they were released, just so we could review them and make sure that you weren't going to be running afoul of those election ethics on anything. Our firm will also be sending y'all some pamphlets regarding how the county's commissioner court can handle election ethics, as well as employees of the commissioner's court.
Can I just add something, and I also want to say, Callie, I'm not a lawyer, but I do think that issues, in my experience, were...
Hey, Jim, I'm sorry. Can you get...
Let me just comment on those things. And I think the issue where pictures or verbiage is used, it gives a misrepresentation of the status of the assets, and it misrepresents what's being done. What I do think can be done, and I want to say, as Clark could give his comment, is I generally believe, and I know the intense and significant amount of work you've done as a county and both elected officials and the people that work at this county determine what the costs are, but that you're paying right now for, and to explain the situation why you would do a jail, providing factual information that I believe that is what led you to the decision to expand the facility. Is the same, is there nothing wrong with that? And it's actually information that the citizens, I think, should know to understand why this is being done. It's not, to me, it's not subjective. It's, here's how much we're spending right now. Here's how much our population in the jail has grown. Here's what we think to grow. Those are not what I consider, subjective. But I'd ask Clark to discuss it. But I think it's how it's worded is important.
No, that's fair, but again, it's all about how it's worded and how it's presented. It comes down to as a lawyer, you kind of hate to say this, but it comes down to the emotion, essentially, that those facts evoke. Again, if you have too much of something, too much good facts or too many bad facts, then that can be, then the Ethics Commission will view that as the county advocating for or against.
So do y'all work with any school districts?
Yes, sir.
Well, does this rule apply to them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, whatever.
It's a...
Not in this school district, but...
There's a misdemeanor that can be given to the person found breaking the ethics violations, but...
So what's the timeline on that again?
So that the ethics rules kick in once the order to authorize the election is adopted. Prior to that, there's been no enforced restriction on discussion of an election prior to the order being adopted.
I want to speak to the language. I'm going to have Clark clarify this, in that this is, Rudy actually drew pretty broad language. And generally in all bond issues, whether they're election or actually the issuance of bonds, you generally try to be a little bit flexible to allow for unforeseen future expenditures. But it's important to note that while this might seem broad, you as a commissioner's court can narrow it by action items that you would state what you'd use the bond proceeds for and statements that you would be involved in bond orders. So you can always narrow it down by statements that you'd make in the issuance of bonds and what those proceeds would be used for, and approve official actions. But once the language is there, you can't broaden it. You can't expand it. So it's always the ability to narrow how we actually spend the money and focus on it. For instance, we did a multi-phase bond issue, and phase one was going to specifically be for the jail. We would say this is for the jail, and that money cannot be used for something else related to it. Clark,
Is that, when I was looking over this, the Measure A that you have there, is that why you've included the law enforcement center and the sheriff's office? Because and I didn't go back and watch the video, but my recollection is that when we asked the county auditor, I think it was either Commissioner Eagle or Commissioner Wilson that made the motion, it was about the jail, renovating the jail and expanding the jail. It didn't talk about the sheriff's office or the law enforcement center. Is that why that's in here?
Yes, ma'am. Just...
Okay.
Well, if I can throw in, I actually made the motion, and I went back and watched it to make sure I understood. And the motion was just to go to the new jail renovation, the new addition, and subsequently any renovations of the old jail. Law enforcement center was not in it, and the judge repeated the motion. It got seconded and voted 5-0. So the putting the law enforcement center language in here at this point was not in our motion from June the 11th.
Then we can remove that. We'll circulate an updated measure.
This is your first run at it, right?
Yes,
So,
sir.
yeah.
Yeah. So we'll update that language, but the concept that Jim was discussing is detailed as the contract with the voters. So in this language here, so say we don't have that enforcement center, it just says the improvements to the jail. So if we just say improvements to this, or the new jail, then you wouldn't be able to use the old jail. So if you say improvements to county jails, then that's the whole realm of county jails. Now, whatever actions or authorizations are given by the Commissioner's Court, despite this language, you can narrow that scope. So once this measure is approved, if the ordinance is adopted, any other official actions by the Commissioner's Court regarding that, saying, and we're going to take action and approve this construction process prior to the election, then the voters are deemed to have used that official action as part of what they're considering this measure. And so you can narrow the scope that way. You can also intentionally narrow the scope after the election happens, when you go to issue bond and saying, okay, we have this broad umbrella of county jail facilities for improvement. Now that we're going to issue the debt and there's been some time. We've gotten some construction bids back. We're going to narrow that to really our $50 million we only have enough to do these improvements, then those are the improvements you are going to do. And this authorization doesn't require you to issue $50 million in debt. It just allows you to issue $50 million in debt for projects under the large umbrella of jail facilities.
Well, unless I'm mistaken, the proposal that they gave us did include an addition to the law enforcement center for dispatch, did it not? I thought there was some square footage added to the LEC in that proposal that they gave us. So does that mean that at this point, because of the motion that was made before, that we cannot include the dispatch portion of that proposal for the LEC?
I don't think so. I think the point that I was trying to make is that was the motion we made on the 11th, which did not include it, and it's in this measure. I'm just pointing that out. We still got a chance to
change it,
to tweak and whatever, you know. And also the motion was $30 to $50 million, up to $50 million.
32 to 50.
Yeah, something like that. So, you know, I was trying to do a range there, and then we ended up with we're at the top end of it right off the bat. So I'm just making comments, but we're just talking right now, right?
No, we're just talking right now. And this is how you narrow the scope to figure out what you want to do. And at the day that you're adopting the order authorizing this election, you can say, you know, make a final motion to narrow the scope further and say, actually, we don't want 50, we want 40, and that's okay to do.
Okay, let me ask you this. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
We've got a Commissioners Court August the 13th and one on the 27th, regular Commissioners Court. This needs to get done before...
August the 13th.
Huh?
August the 13th.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Because it has to be the final is the 19th. It has to be, everything has to be saucered and blown by the 19th.
That's correct.
Even if we got to do special meetings.
Okay.
And we can't, today, we can't, like, if we wanted to clarify the motion that was made a couple of months ago, we can't do that today because it's not, this is just a presentation.
What my thought is a follow-up, at least I think would be appropriate to clarify, would be for Rudy to go back to read the minutes when you made the motion and have language that exactly parallels what you've indicated, but also maybe if that language doesn't encompass everything that was in the proposal, show you what might have to be added to that language to accomplish that. So you'll see, you know, your agenda language that you proposed, and if it doesn't include everything that's in the architect's proposal, you know, what phrases would have to be added to it. We'll have him draft that and submit that to staff to circulate to you to review prior to the meeting. And I want to comment on the 50 million. The reason I only did 50, not 30, because generally, like, we're using 30 or 50, it's like how much tax rate increase either I have. At 50 million, there's no tax rate increase that would be anticipated, so we just ran that scenario. We didn't imply that you were going to do 50 million. We can do 50. We'll do the amount that you decide that you want to do.
And there's really not going to be any increase, particularly per se in this scenario, because we don't have any debt, right?
Correct.
And if we don't keep our INS at some level, it's going to hurt us in the long run. So actually, for our situation, we need to go out and borrow some money for something, don't we?
Well, I don't know if you have to borrow money for something, but I think that they have to recognize that as your INS tax rate goes down, and we've gone down a significant amount. You know, there are scenarios with some of my other fast-growing communities, let's say they are 10 cents and they grow significantly, then they're at 7 cents and they go to 5 cents. They'll say, Jim, how come we could fund 40 million last year we were at, and you only tell us we can fund 30 million this year? I go, well, you cut your INS tax rate in half, you know, so.
Right.
So to me, I think it's a good policy to think of long-term capital planning and try to maintain a level INS tax rate versus going up and down, because I've always felt much worse when we had to do a tax rate increase than I feel good when we do a tax rate decrease on processes. So, but to answer your question, I think, you know, to look at your aggregate capital that you have and to try to maintain a level INS which would eliminate potential future increases. That's what I think is a good way to put it.
Well, if you go to that June 11th, it's on YouTube, that June 11th meeting, the motion was made at the 2-hour and 36-minute, and it's about 30 seconds. You can start watching it there and catch it, if you want to watch it.
Yes, sir.
I mean, we do have some debt. We have the $7 million for the fire apparatus, but that's a very short term and will be probably paid off early.
And that's a good point. And to follow up with Commissioner Eagle's point, we anticipate issuing in 2025, because if we don't issue in 2025, we really don't set up a payment for the 2026 fiscal year. And so what might happen is, along your lines, what I might sit down and talk to the commissioners or the staff. Let's say you weren't ready to go with your full, you might do a partial funding, just to make sure our 2.5 cent didn't drop to zero, and then come back to 2.5 cents. So you might do a small phase funding, and then we come back and do major funding after that, for instance.
So is the question mark on after maturity just a typo, or what is that?
No, this is the questions presented to voters. So the measures presented as a question.
Okay, so that whole paragraph is a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I thought it was a statement. There we go.
We just called it the allegation in that motion. Is that from the letter?
What was that?
To pursue funding, is that the one you're talking about?
On June 11th?
June 11th,
Mm-hmm.
we called it discuss and take appropriate action to choose a funding method for a jail addition and authorize the county auditor to pursue that funding.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can go back and review that, and then we'll provide 2 separate looks of the measure so you can see what they look like.
Thank you.
The only other comment I'll make is it might come up, in the Measure A, it indicates not to exceed 40 years. That's a state statutory limit. Even though we're talking 20, 25 years, that's the intention. That matches state law, what the maximum maturity of bond could be.
Yeah. Again, this just sets up what your ultimate authority for a future issuance would be. An amount not to exceed for projects, not to be beyond a certain scope.
So can we talk to you directly, or do we need to go through Jim, or can we talk to you directly at some later date?
Yes, sir. Yep. So
Okay, let me get your card before you go.
Yes, sir. And then Rudy Segura has been handling everything else y'all been doing so far, and he'll be your main point of contact as well. He had a conflict today, so I stepped in for him.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
But you can also call me.
All of the other X's and question marks and things that are throughout the document, those will all be filled in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just the draft for reviewing.
Okay, anything else?
And I just want to point, when Rudy gave this to me, we put 50 million because that was the maximum. Vast majority of these documents that we actually work on are blank in the dollar amount until motions made to be approved. But we just put 15 because that was the maximum you had. But in many other scenarios, Rudy would have just sent one out that just had a blank there until he came up with the final amount.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Stick around. I want to talk to you afterwards.
Yes,
Okay? All right. Okay, that takes care of 16. 17, discuss and take appropriate action to approve to revise the jail inmate contract amendment. One of the 24-20 with Johnson County and Hood County, the inmate contract. Yes, sir. This is where they gone up from 100 to 105?
Yes, sir. It's just a simple amendment to the current contract we have. They're going from $100 a day per inmate to $105 a day per inmate starting on October the 1st.
Nothing we can do about that. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve to revise the jail inmate contract amendment 1 of 2024 with Johnson County and Hood County.
Well, second.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson made a motion to revise the jail inmate contract amendment 1, 2024 with Johnson County and Hood County, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Number 18, discuss and take appropriate action to seek alternatives for a more efficient method to record and publish Commissioner Court videos such as software or services.
Yeah, thank you. Judge, this is something that Drew and Glenn and I have discussed in the past, and just looking around at other government entities, and their official video is available at the close of the meeting. And I know it takes Drew and his staff quite a bit of time to get this done. You know, they're here for 5 hours or however long, and it just seems as IT has advanced and there's a seamless, I'd like to just look for something that's a seamless method, maybe the county clerk would have the control of with an iPad or something that would free these guys up to do all the important things that they do all the time. There's a methodology in leadership called continuous improvement, and it's used in many companies, and this is just another thing to just look at how can we save money and at the same time free up our IT staff to the things that they're important things that they need to be doing.
Respond to that?
He's already reached out through TAC to try to see what other counties are doing.
Yes, I have reached out after the conversation I had with you, Commissioner Samuelson. I have reached out to TAC, or at least TAG ITM, which is our listserv. So far, the counties that have responded, they are either going with Granicus, the option you've already looked into, which we did also look into, or they do it in-house like we do now.
Yeah.
So no one has thrown a different company out there yet, but I
Right.
will keep looking.
Have you gotten more than the two, just TAC and Bear County?
Just those two.
Okay. So those are awfully big, so maybe there's a smaller, something more like our size that's using something else, but we'll keep looking. That's what this is, so.
Have you taken a look at Parker counties?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, just for a descriptor, if you go watch their commissioner's court, they have a camera positioned where they get the entire court from like looking at this way, but it's behind the podium. And then they do, when the person comes up to the podium to speak, it pops in a window within the frame, and it's got a shot of them simultaneously with the shot of the commissioners. It's very effective because once they get through, they're done with it. I mean, it's live streamed that way, but then when they finish the commissioner's court, they're done. You might take a look at what they're doing. I don't know exactly what software they're using or service or what, but I liked it because it was you didn't have to sit here and, you know, it was kind of self-serving, so.
Do you know who to reach out? Because I've tried reaching out to, and I've only gotten one successful contact with the director over there, and then outside of that, I haven't been able to get a hold of him.
I'll get you the contact.
Okay, that'd be awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
So with that, I'll make the motion to ask the IT and our purchasing department to seek alternatives for a more efficient method to record and publish Commissioners Court's videos, such as software or services.
Second.
A motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to authorize the IT department and purchasing department to search alternatives for a more efficient method to record and publish Commissioner Court videos, such as software or services. Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 5-0. 19, discuss and take appropriate action to approve revisions to the employee automated time and attendance policy. Ms. Melissa Wilmer.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Everyone should have received a copy of the revised policy. This comes from changing out our new time clocks, and I visited with the treasurer. You can see her recommendations. We removed some items, and she also added a few things. Be happy to try to answer any questions if anybody has any questions.
I don't. I hear a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve the revisions to the employee automated time and attendance policy.
Second.
Oh. I'm going to sneeze.
You're going to sneeze?
I'm not going to cry, I'm going to sneeze here. Motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to approve the revisions to the employee automated time and attendance policy, second by Commissioner Samuelson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, consent agenda.
I do have one item to pull, Judge. It's item 9, so it's 9, or D1A9.
Did you file something to speak on the consent agenda? Did he?
No. And, oh, okay.
Oh, the burn ban?
This is,
Were you
Yeah.
for or against? I mean, I know.
this is just really a procedural thing, just to make sure we're doing the right thing. This is adding, this. If you look at number 9, it's adding a part-time budget, which wasn't in the original budget. And I understand the need and that this is necessary. I just think since it's a new part-time budget, by moving funds internally within facilities maintenance, it just needs a formal motion. So I'm just going to make the motion. We can move on. Make a motion to approve adding a part-time budget for a temporary seasonal employee for the remainder of the fiscal year in the amount of $2,550 with funds coming from landscape line item.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to add a facilities part-time budget in the amount of $2,550 as part-time, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. And with that, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
As I move that we approve the consent agenda as shown with that one change we just made.
Second.
A motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the one amendment we just made, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Okay, that brings us down to road operations. Mr. Donald Lenny. Yes, sir.
Judge Mascadale, Commissioners. The first agenda item is there's 5 roads in the Bella Oaks development, Precinct 1. It's been over 2 years since they've been constructed. Back in mid-May, I did send a list of repairs needed to the developer, and they have been made. So at this time, road operations recommends accepting Britt Drive at 2,270 feet, Dana Court at 800 foot, Flippin Street at 1,820 feet, Jeremy Street at 3,410 feet, and Ken Court at 2,040 feet to be added to our county road system.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, Judge, I'll make the motion to approve accepting the roadways in Bella Oaks development into the county road system as presented there on the...
Second.
A motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to accept the roadways in Bella Oaks development as stated by Mr. Lenny, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 5-0.
The second item that we have is the 3 roads that are in the Vista Oaks development, and it's located in Precinct 2. Same situation. It's been a little over 2 years since these have been constructed. Sent a list in mid-May, and these have been repaired and ready for us to take. Road Operations does recommend accepting Bella Court at 185 feet, Haley Drive at 3,245 feet, and Lacey Court, 1,905 feet to be added to our county road system.
All right, thank you. I'll make the motion to accept the following roadways in the Vista Oaks development into the county road system. Bella Court from Haley Drive to Cul-de-sac, 185 feet. Haley Drive from State Highway 144 to Lacey Court, 3,245 feet. Lacey Court from Williams Road to Cul-de-sac, 1,905 feet.
Second.
Motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to accept the following roadways in the Vista Oaks development onto the county road system as stated in the motion. and second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, development, Mr. Clint Head.
Afternoon, Judge. Afternoon, Commissioner.
Do we need to adjourn into a public hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, at this time, at 22 minutes till 2, we are adjourning into a public hearing. Okay, take it away.
This public hearing is to discuss the replat of Old WD Ranch Subdivision Section D, lots 38R1 through 38R7 in Precinct 1. This property is located in the Road Corridor District in Precinct 1. This subdividing will create 7 2-acre lots out of Lot 38. These proposed lots will be served by well and on-site sewage facilities. There's no infrastructure proposed to be constructed with this replat, and will be accessing existing Boswell Court and Margarita Court. Notifications letter were sent out to all property owners of this recorded plat, and they were told that there would be a public hearing today. Staff has reviewed the final plat, and all comments have been addressed.
I think we have somebody that wants to speak. Okay. Roger, I can't read your reading here. Mercick? Mercer. Okay, Mr. Mercer.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. I know he said that everybody was sent out a letter, but what my neighbor told me, that I was the only one that received the letter. The other neighbor that's right next to this property did not receive a letter. They got a call from me when I got my letter. But as far as that goes, I've lived there for 30 years on my 17 acres since I retired from General Motors. I'm not used to getting up speaking like this, so just forgive me and bear with me. I've enjoyed my life out there. I've enjoyed living here in Hood County. I enjoy getting up in the morning, sitting on my back porch, and not looking through somebody's bedroom window, looking at my cows and my horses. I understand progress, but sometimes progress goes a little too far. You know, we moved out to the country for peace and quiet and then enjoy our life. And I don't have a problem developing land, but taking 14 acres and making 7, basically 2-acre lots out of it. And that's just going too far. Now, myself, I wouldn't have a problem if they split it and made 7 acres on each one. But 2 acres, and it's like my neighbors that's going to butt up to it. They had to leave, they had to go to the doctor. They didn't get a letter, but they wanted to talk too, but they didn't get a chance. But they said on their front porch, they're going to be looking at 7-bedroom windows. It butts right up to their property. 7-acre lots just split right up. I mean, 2-acre lots split up. My wife told me I was wasting my time coming in here. Because the decision had already been made. But I said no. I had to come in and speak.
Good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The law requires me to send the letters to everybody that's a part of that plat, which is Section D. I got my proof of mailings right here from the post office for every one of these lots. If they were in another section, I'm not required by law to send them a letter. I don't send a letter to everybody in the whole neighborhood, just on that plat.
Okay, so you did what was required by law? Right. And the dividing into 7 2-acre plots is what the law requires as well, correct?
That's the agreement we have with Upper Trinity for a lot size for a well.
Yeah, it's 2-acre spacing according to the Upper Trinity and our county as well.
Right.
Okay. Anything else? Anybody else want to speak? If not, at 18 till 2, we're going to adjourn back into Commissioners Court. So now do I hear a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Mercer, I feel your pain. I understand. We, deal with this a lot. State law gives us reasons that we can deny a replat. And we don't even get to deny them. We can delay it. We can say that you can have the replat after you meet this criteria. And there's nothing in this that would allow us to deny the replat of this property. So I apologize that that's the situation that we're faced with there, and there's nothing we can do to stop that. So with that, I'll make the motion that we approve the replat of Old WD Ranch, Section D, lots 38R1 through 38R7.
Made by Commissioner Andrews to approve the replat of Old WD Ranch, Section D, lots 38R1 through 38R7. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries 5-0. Next item, financial. Ms. Matlock.
Good afternoon. We have $4,091,604.75 in payments to be made, and my office has reviewed all of them and recommends payment.
Recommend payment. Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Just got one question. On the expenditures over $10,000, you got a payment to Department Tax Dot for $1.18 million for the go-around. How many more payments do we have left on that?
After this, there's 3 more.
3 more. So just letting y'all know, 3 more payments, and we've paid our part of the Crescent bypass.
Yeah, the question is, will it be open?
They almost got it. They got it finished before it paid off anyway. Okay.
At least the southbound lane.
Not yet.
Just the southbound side.
True.
So with this motion, is this 2, 3, and 4, or do we still need to do?
You're welcome to combine them all. My office has reviewed all of the financial statements. We've also completed an audit for Precinct 1 with no findings, and we recommend accepting all of those as well. So.
We usually do it in 2 motions. First of all, do I hear a motion to pay all the bills?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we pay the bills in the amount of $4,091,604.75.
Second.
That motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to pay the bills in the amount of $4,091,604.75. Second by Commissioner Eagle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Now, about the financial reports. We hear a motion.
Make a motion to accept the financial reports, the bank reconciliation, and the audit report from Constable Precinct 1.
Second.
Motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to accept the monthly reports, the bank reconciliations, and the report of Constable Precinct 1 financial records. Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And that, ladies and gentlemen, at 13 till 2, concludes.
I've already packed it, so I had everything ready. I told Janet, you may have to grab it and come get me in Granbury. Yeah, just about.
Yeah. We get rain. That's a good deal, isn't it? It's not a record, is it? Okay.